Great. Welcome, everybody. This is our third day and can't believe that we've had 2 exciting days and now starting our third day of our summit, US Transforming Education Summit. I'll share one slide and then we can begin. Here, welcome everybody to the summit. These are our organizers. I just wanted to thank them. It is not just Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University, where I work. I'm Radhika Iyengar with my colleagues, Henshin and Jasmine Mora. And we also work with SDSN USA. And they are here, Sonia and Caroline. They really have been spearheading a lot of all this. And this summit came about after a lot of deliberation and discussions on how do we make education better for everyone. So first 2 days, we heard about from all the adults saying that we need to learn from nature, we need to learn from each other, we need to care for each other. So those are basic things that that have been repeating again and again. We need to learn from history, we need to learn where we are, make our neighborhoods better. The third day, which is this day, I think all the adults will be quiet and we will have a lot of students telling us what to do, a lot of young voices. So I'm really looking forward to this. I'm sure my colleagues and all the conference organizers who are here, they are looking forward to hearing from all the young voices. What do we do with education? What do you need from education? So I think all the adults can be quiet and give you the floor. Meanwhile, we'll start our first session here. I'll hand it over to Jasmine to do the introductions.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jasmine. I have the pleasure of introducing our first keynote session. Janvi Bad is a middle school language arts teacher at the Winston School in Shore Hills, New Jersey. She's also a freelance writer and a creative writing tutor who helps high school students with their college applications. She is associated as a mentor with the Eco Ambassador, a program run by the Center for Sustainable Development at Earth Institute. Janvi likes to work on environmental initiatives in her community, and she's part of the Climate Action Group and the Green Team in her town of Melbourne, New Jersey. She is committed to SDG 4.7, which is focused on implementing climate education in classrooms. She is here with some of her students who will be presenting their views and concerns about climate change.
Thank you, Jasmine, for this introduction. And thank you to you, Sonia, Radhika, and everyone at SDSN and the Center for Sustainable Development for giving us the opportunity to participate in this conference. My students and I are very excited to be here today. Over the years attending these conferences, I found this forum to be very educational, very enlightening. I have met some amazing educators, researchers, students, and learned a lot about climate action and activism. And I'm trying to share what I've learned with my students. As you said, I'm a middle school language arts teacher at the Winston School. It's an independent school in Short Hills, New Jersey. And we have students who are very creative, bright, intellectually curious, students who keep me on my toes. And I can say that I'm learning as much from them as they are from me. And we're very excited to be here. I'm fortunate to be part of the Winston School because it's a school that supports a creative curriculum, a curriculum that emphasizes social awareness and scientific inquiry, because you will see, I have one of my 8th grade students who's going to present his science fair project on renewable energy. And then I have my 6th grade students who are going to present the poems they wrote for the Winter Expo, where they researched inspiring teens from around the world and learned about, the amazing contributions these teens made to their communities, and hopefully they get inspired to do the same. They also learned, how to use poetry as a medium to express their thoughts and feelings. And they're going to share all these poems and, their thoughts and concerns about the environment with us here today. So we'll start with Shelton Kaspersatz. Shelton is joining us from Vermont, where he's on a ski trip and he's taking a break from his ski lesson to present his poem. So Shelton has written a loon, which is like an adaptation of haiku. That's a Japanese form of poetry that uses minimal words to express a deep thought. And, Shelton has expressed a deep thought through his haiku, and let's hear from him. Shelton.
Hi, I'm Shelton and I am an extreme sport enthusiast. And I wrote this haiku because of a visit to the beach. I was at the beach and my mom told me how far you'd have to walk down the beach to get to the water when she was a kid. Now you barely have to walk down to get to the water, the same beach. So after some research, I found that factories are one of the most significant causes of water levels rising because of the carbon dioxide and methane being dispersed into the atmosphere. This is heating up the world and melting ice caps. Also, I found that water is gonna rise 6 feet in my lifetime. So I decided to communicate my thoughts through this haiku, hoping it will create some change. Now I will present my haiku. The water is high, while factories are still blowing. The world's flooding. Thank you.
Yeah, that was nice, short but deep. Thank you, Shelton, for joining. Next up, we have Luke Falzone. He has written a biography poem and he's giving voice to a tree. So Luke, let's hear from you.
Hi, my name is Luke Falzone, and I'm gonna be glad to share you my poem today. Tree, child of Mother Nature, who loves the environment, who hates getting cut down, who wants to go everywhere in the earth, who wishes to see more people taking care of it, who's scared of climate change, who dreams of a clean green earth, who is determined to stop the earth from getting more polluted, who values soil and water, who's proud of giving shelter and shade, who lives in the heart of nature lovers tree.
That was really nice, Luke. Thank you. And I hope you're doing your bit, planting more trees. You can, run initiatives in your own neighborhood. Next, we have Gemma May. Gemma has written what is called an I Am poem. So today she's speaking on behalf of Mother Earth and sharing some of her concerns and frustrations. So Gemma.
Hi, I'm Gemma and I love to dance, and I wrote this poem because it hurts to see my heart, to see everything that's happening, like climate change and cutting down trees and innocent animals dying. And yeah, so this is my poem. I'm speaking for Mother Earth. I'm tired of saying that we will help and never do. I'm scared for what happens if we don't do something soon. I'm heartbroken that innocent animals are dying. I'm worried about climate change. I'm speaking for Mother Earth. I'm frustrated to see our world die. I want to help our world. I can help by picking up trash. I can help by not wasting paper. I can help by not using plastic bottles or bags. I can help by planting more trees and buying less clothes. I can help by wasting less food and growing more vegetables. I could tell everyone to do the same. I'm speaking for Mother Earth, and I'm hopeful about our future. Thank you.
Genevieve, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Gemma. I'm glad you ended the poem on a hopeful note because, you guys are going to be at the forefront of all the climate action that's going to take place. So it's nice to see that you care and you're so enthusiastic about it. So these were the 6th grade students, and now, I'll be asking the 8th grade students to share some of their, concerns about the environment, to talk about topics that they find relevant, that they care deeply about. So at the Winston School, we give a lot of short writing prompts, for language arts. And I see this as a great opportunity to introduce or even reinforce certain topics that they can research, they can reflect and write about. Topics that create social awareness. For instance, right now February is the Black History Month, so I try and introduce topics like what was the Underground Railway, who was Harriet Tubman, what are some of the who are some of the African American poets of the Harlem Renaissance, what was the Selma protest about. So different topics like that. I also try and introduce environmental issues and topics that create climate consciousness. So you will see that some of my students, as they read out their response, you'll see what topics they care about. And let's start with John Degen, who's going to talk about fast fashion. John.
Hello, my name's John. I'm an 8th grader at the Winston School. I love sports and I also love to fish. Today I'll be talking about fast fashion and its impacts on the environment. Fast fashion from the outside looks like an amazing concept. It helps us keep up with the latest trends at a very low price. Fast fashion appeals to young children because it helps them look trendy without having to pay an absurd price. This is especially because most teens in this generation do not have jobs. When you're paying the price, someone else always is, such as underpaid or underage workers in poor countries and our environment. When you dig deep and find different things out about these companies, it makes you question your choices. One thing that has affected the environment through the industry's water consumption. Some shirts from fast fashion companies can take up to 700 gallons of water to produce. Another very large problem with fast fashion is microplastics. According to a report from the IUCN, 35% of all microplastics come from synthetic materials like polyester. Microplastics are plastics that are less than 5 millimeters in diameter. According to the NOAA, microplastics are the most prominent ocean polluters and can be easily consumed by fish. Something that we can do instead of buying fast fashion products is to support small and local businesses. We should also support businesses that believe in fair wages and eco-friendly fabrics that do not use as much water. This will benefit the local economy more than buying from large manufacturers in countries that don't have ethical and sustainable protocols. Fast fashion has destroyed people's lives and the environment. Another thing that we can do is repurpose old clothing by buying old or used clothes and giving them a new life. I wrote this because I believe there needs to be a change and people need to stop buying fast fashion products.
That's great, John. Yes, I think it's very important for everyone to be conscious consumers because, it's important to know how our fashion choices impact the environment, how they affect human rights. Yeah, Quinn.
I would like to jump in here, but I've done this a couple times, is go to thrift stores, get suits because it's considerably cheaper, and the only other option would to get an inexpensive suit would be to get it from fast fashion. It's going to be considerably less high quality as like a suit that you can just go to the local thrift store and you'll probably find one good suit in your size, and you can also get other stuff for like costumes or just to wear every day.
Yeah, that's great. I think it's very important to, thrifting, repurposing old clothes. Why manufacture more, clothes and this thing, and they're just lying in landfills and take years to kind of decompose, so that's great, Quinn. Thank you. Next, we will ask Danny to talk about his science fair project on renewable energy. Danny, can you introduce yourself and tell us more about your project?
Hello. All right. Hello. My name is Daniel Untilden. I enjoy science, history, and being in the outdoors. Recently, for a science fair project, I did a project on wind energy. During this experiment, I learned a lot about renewable energies. My experiment was about seeing if wind energy was efficient enough for household use. I got a small generator from Amazon, and I tried to use the wind energy by using a fan to charge electronic devices. I found that items like phones and smartwatches were not able to charge much, or to the fullest, but objects like toys and neon signs charged almost fully. While not a complete success, it showed that even with a small fan, wind energy could be harnessed and can work. While on a household level, this may not be as efficient, in larger areas like plains and beaches, we would be able to generate a lot more energy by harnessing the wind. I think one way in which we could fight the climate crisis is through the promotion of renewable energies. The way I think about promoting renewable energies is through education. While doing my project, I discovered many benefits of using wind energy. So a good idea would be to have science fairs and projects entirely devoted to promoting renewables. It would get information out to a younger generation and they could tell their parents about it. On a household level, we can install solar panels and buy energy efficient appliances. Even smaller changes like unplugging your devices when not in use or turning down your thermostat by 1 or 2 degrees when it is hot outside can reduce your energy bills. These little things can go a long way in the end. Thank you.
Janavi, you're muted.
Janvi.
I do this all the time, sorry. So thanks, Danny. Thank you for sharing all the things that we can do in our own homes, because even small changes can go a long way when everyone joins and, buys into these ideas. So that's really great, very insightful. Next up, we have Eli. Eli is going to talk about an urban phenomena that most, cities in the world are suffering from, and it's only going to get worse with global warming. So, Eli, can you introduce yourself and your topic? Thanks.
My name is Eli Marshall. I like biking and anime, and I did my topic on the urban island heat effect. The urban island heat effect is a phenomenon that makes urban areas hotter. It is caused when there are large amounts of trash, vast areas of blacktop, and a lack of vegetation. This is seen in most urban areas around the globe where buildings and poor town planning have reduced green cover. This impacts our lives in many ways. One way is that these urban islands are hotter than they should be. The chance of rain also lowers in these areas. An example of this is the less wealthy areas of New York City. There are fewer trees and parks in these neighborhoods, and more asphalt and cement. In New York City, the more affluent neighborhoods have 21% more green areas than the poorer neighborhoods. Scientists have linked access to parks and green areas to lower stress levels and lower mortality rates. This shows how underprivileged communities are more susceptible to the effects of climate change. This is very hard to fix and will be an issue for a long time. We can reduce it by planting more trees and greenery. Even high-rise buildings can have rooftop gardens, and residents can petition to conserve parks and trees in their community. More attention should be paid to town planning so that everyone has access to parks and green cover. In our homes and communities, we can help by planting trees and conserving our parks. We could build rooftop gardens in cities to counter this effect.
That's great, Eli. Yes, urban island heat effect is an issue, and with global warming, it's going to get worse unless we do something about it. Now, related to that is what Quinn is going to talk about. Quinn is going to talk about how we should be ditching lawns. He has an interesting perspective, and his family is also involved in a lot of initiatives, surrounding like growing of native plants and conserving native species. So let's hear from Quinn.
Hello, my name is Quinlan Illy. As you already know, I'm an 8th grader at the Winston School. I think my interests are in baseball and then sports in general. Also really enjoy history. Today, I'll be talking about the effects of lawns and invasive species on the environment. So, without further ado, let's begin. Lawns might seem like they're good for the environment, but in fact, to maintain and get a nice lawn, you are harming the environment. Even a lawn without pesticides or supernatural enhancements like lawn paint are not the best for the environment. Having shortly trimmed grass makes it so pollinators do not have as many places where they can get food. Pollinators are essential to the natural world as they help spread pollen from plant to plant so they can reproduce. Instead of having a lawn, you could have a grassy meadow, and because of which, and this is very good for pollinators. Another thing you could do is introduce native plants to these areas is that you let grow out, which will help pollinators too. Having gardens with native vegetables is another great way to help pollinators reduce your carbon footprint. Vegetable and herb gardens will also give you fresh food that you can use in cooking and season your food with. Policy level, governments could give tax benefits to people who have native plants. You could also do the same to people who do not have lawns and instead let it grow out. They could also support invasive species removal in parks and forests. Invasive species have little to no natural predators. This means they take over areas that were once had native plants. There's an organization near where I live called Hilltop Conservation. They work to maintain the Hilltop Reservation, Verona, New Jersey. They remove invasive species so native species can flourish and grow in their old habitat. Thank you.
Thanks, Quinn. That's great. Actually, there is a huge push in our town as well, where I live, to ditch the lawns and plant native species, set up monarch way stations and pollinator-friendly plants, because lawns don't really contribute, to the environment. In fact, they need a lot of water, and they have to be constantly sprayed with pesticides. So I love your suggestion of ditching the lawn and just in favor of a meadow and planting native plants. And that's great that you're involved with the Hilltop Conservation Project.
Thanks.
That's really good. Next up, we have Ben. Ben Bodak is going to talk about how we should all support public transportation and how we need more public transportation network in our communities to stop air pollution. Ben?
Hi, my name is Ben Bodak. I'm an 8th grader at the Winston School, and I enjoy scuba diving, reading, and playing sports like swimming. Today I'll be talking about how public transportation is better for the environment. The travel industry is one of the most polluting industries in the world. Burning fossil fuels releases toxic gases, and this is destroying the ozone layer. Not all types of transportation are bad, though. Electric vehicles and public transportation are better for the environment than normal gas-burning cars. Public transportation is good because it gets more people to their destination using less gas than cars. As a community, we can stop using gas-powered cars, or even cars in general, and rely more on public transportation. Or on nicer days with good weather, we can also ride our bikes or walk. On a larger level, we can stop using gas-burning cars and use public transportation like trains and buses. We can also look into replacing our gas-powered cars with electric ones. And in our everyday lives, we can ride our bikes or walk to places in our own towns. Public transportation is better for the environment than cars. On an average, most cars release 1 pound of carbon dioxide per mile driven. By taking
Continue, Ben.
But by taking public transportation, we can reduce that by 45%. It is estimated that the US saves over 30 million metric tons of carbon dioxide a year from public transportation. Also, instead of using gas-burning cars, people will ride their bikes and walk a lot more, which can stop the release of 15 million metric tons of carbon dioxide. Another reason to take public transportation is that fewer cars equal fewer roads. Forests all over the world are being cut down to pave the way for roads and settlements. This destroys so many natural habitats. If there was no need for roads, we wouldn't need to cut down as many forests. We could just use trains or buses on the roads that we already have been paved. Sustainable cities are a big step towards sustainable public transportation. A sustainable city is mainly run on green energy. Things that make a city sustainable are things like parks, solar panels, and public transportation. During the pandemic lockdown, parks in New York were a big part of people's mental and physical health. As a result, more people in New York walked to places instead of driving, which made New York closer to becoming a sustainable city.
Thank you, Ben. That's great. I think there is a trend now we see in Europe and a lot of countries around the world. They're trying to, convert the cities and make them more sustainable, more walkable, because it's good for, human health and health of the planet. So these are all great ideas, and thank you for sharing them with everyone, and thank you, Dr. Iyengar and Ms. Shin and Sonia, for giving us this opportunity. Any questions? Any
questions from our audience? I think this has just been so wonderful to hear that our young leaders are taking the floor and giving us suggestions on how we should manage our world. So it's fantastic. Any suggestions, any questions from anyone, our audience?
There's the hand raised. And Madhavan.
Sorry?
Madhavan?
I want to say that amazing work by these young leaders. Congratulations and good work. Please keep up the good work. Cheers.
Thank you, Madhavan.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your poems, your inspiration, and all the things you're pointing out. I just am wondering from any of you, do you plan to carry your studies forward? We'd love to see you take your work into higher education when you get older and become leaders in this work, because we need people like you really demonstrating for us what to do. I'm thinking a lot about my yard right now. So I live here in Phoenix and we happen to have one of the few yards. So I think we need to re-landscape after this morning, but just ideas on what you're thinking, any of you thinking about in the future. If you got ideas on what you want to study, or are you going to go into environmental education or something related to sustainability?
Yeah, anyone? Ben, Quinn, John? Anyone? You want to? Yeah.
I was planning on taking marine biology courses in high school and college to
Great.
like the oceans.
Yeah. Ocean, ocean pollution in the ocean is a huge concern right now. And yeah, that's good. Yeah, Quinn?
What really fascinates me is urban planning, and that would be something that if I would to go into environmental protection or anything like that, I'd probably choose urban planning.
Yeah, that's great. And I'm sure you'll do a great job because you already know so much.
Thanks.
Yeah. What about you, John, Danny, Eli?
I wasn't planning on going into any sort of climate.
Yeah, but as long as you're still interested and concerned
Yeah.
about the environment,
Yes.
we can do a lot within our own communities.
Oh, absolutely. And you don't have to necessarily focus on a climate job, but you can bring your knowledge into any job. So I just love that you guys are really thinking about this stuff from so many different angles.
Thank you.
Janvi, there's a question on Anupam is asking about any ideas on food waste.
On food waste. So yeah, where in my community, Dr. Iyengar introduced us to the Java composting. And, Dr. Iyengar, a lot of people in my town and in a lot of neighboring towns do, have composting. They have composters in their yard. Quinn, you have one too?
Yeah, and also relating back to my topic, you can use the compost to help grow gardens or vegetable gardens, or just ones that will look good.
Yeah, that's
And-
great. So food waste actually accounts for a lot of methane production and, contributes to global warming. So when we are more conscious, like for me personally, participating in a food waste program, I realized that I need to be more conscious of how much I buy, how I utilize it, because just to see that bag, the composting bag shows you that should I be really wasting so much food? How can I reduce this? And participating in this composting program, I've really cut down my waste because, if I see my trash can, there's hardly anything. And it made me realize and, rethink about my own food, consumption habits and how I shop for food, how I use waste like potato peels, we kind of just bake them in the oven and they turn really nice and crisp and you can use them. A lot of these vegetable peels can be used to make a vegetable stock. So, food waste is something that we all need to tackle, and we can do it on a household level if we, do composting at home.
Janvi, I know we are out of time, but Deepak has
Okay.
a question, and then maybe we can quickly wrap up.
Yeah, sure. Sorry.
Hey all, quickly. Firstly, thank you for a wonderful start to the day. And thank you so much all for sharing. I'm curious, how many of you are also talking with your friends who go to other schools and who live near where you do? Are you kind of collaborating or even just talking with friends from other schools on these topics?
That's a good point, and I think we should be looking into it. We will be working with schools in the neighborhood soon. Now that these kids are interested and they're getting involved in a lot of initiatives at school and within their communities, I think the next step would be to collaborate and take this movement forward. It's something that I'm going to keep in mind. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I just want to add to all of you that if you're able to inspire so many of us, in this particular forum, talk more with your friends and their families, with other schools, and you're going to create a lot of magic in your local communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Janvi, and your class. I think it's just fascinating to see all these voices, and please keep inspiring all of us. As Deepak just mentioned, I think we have a long way to go and learn from you all to see how we can make this world a better place to live. So carry on with your work, and fantastic to hear all your brilliant ideas. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
With that, I'll ask Sonia to take over. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can leave.
Thank you.
Yeah, Shelton, you can go back to skiing.
Thank you so much for this
Go back to
opportunity.
enjoying your Saturday. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you, Genevieve.
Thank you. I have the pleasure of introducing our next moderator, Alok Bhatt. Alok, I'm going to ask that you introduce yourself, but before you do, I did just want to give a shout out. Alok has been one of the most active and founding members of our Eco Ambassador program. I'll put, for those of you who might be interested, I'll put the links in the chat. And Alok has really done impressive work and taken on research, not just for his own learning, but really to affect change in his community and the local businesses that he has gone out to talk to, the kinds of changes that he wanted to see in his school. So he has done a lot of research and work surrounding single-use plastics, about meat consumption and health benefits, has done a lot of research in this past few years. And we're really lucky to have him in our Eco Ambassador Program network. And thank you for all the work you're doing, Alok. So I'll hand it over to you now so that you can introduce yourself and introduce the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shin, Dr. Iyengar, Ms. Mora. Thank you all for having me today. My name is Alok Bhatt. I've been an Eco Ambassador for, I think, 4 years now. And as you said, I have, my first project is an Eco Ambassador. I created a poster campaign to try to tackle plastic waste in my community. I displayed I spoke to local businesses, tried to convince them to ask consumers to not give plastic cutlery, but then they said you should go to the consumer instead. So then I created posters targeting for example creative BYOB, bring your own bag, to encourage them to bring your own boxes, containers when you do takeout, use less plastic cutlery, etc. And I put these posters in my own schools. And I also created a video to reduce meat consumption in my community. And I also wrote a research paper on the Carlisle Indian Industrial School. In fact, one of the people who was on the panel, I had the distinct privilege of interviewing a couple of years ago, Miss Barbara Landis. And since time is of the essence, allow me to jump right in. My first panelist, Miss Janita Benally, is a member of the Danette Nation, a Native American tribe located in Arizona. She, along with her brother Clayson, are members of an award-winning punk rock band, Sihasan. They use their music to tell their story about the racial and environmental injustices they've suffered throughout the years. She also runs a podcast, Indigenous Youth Nation, to inspire hope in the youth in her community. I've had the distinct privilege of interviewing her exactly 2 years ago for the New York, New Jersey Youth Summit. My second panelist, Dr. Jack Bouchard. He is an assistant professor of history at Rutgers University in New Brunswick. He teaches environmental history with an emphasis on global and pre-modern perspectives. Dr. Bouchard is interested in the histories of pre-modern maritime environments and foodways, and researches commercial fishing, island and coastal ecologies, and changing global foodways in the 15th through 16th centuries. He's currently writing his first book, Terra Nova, Food, Water, and Work in the Early Atlantic World, A History of the Northwest Atlantic in the 16th Century. I also took his class, Age of European Global Expansion and Exploration. Favorite class at Rutgers, hands down. Anyone who goes to Rutgers, do take his course. And my third panelist, Miss Barbara Landis. She is a retired Carlisle Indian Industrial School archivist and library specialist for the Cumberland County Historical Society in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. She has worked with individuals and nations to develop the www.carlisleindianschool.org biographical and research web pages. It's a great resource, hands down, for those looking for information on the first Native American residential school in North America. She urges those who study Carlisle to recognize the complex responses to a failed educational experiment from the descendants of school students. As a consequence of her work, Ms. Landis makes it a point to respectfully honor those students and their descendants who lived through this horrible experiment, to celebrate those who prospered from it, and to grieve those whose lives were diminished from it. She currently travels with a grant-funded team from the Carlisle Indian School Digital Resource Center, bringing programming and making visits with tribal communities and descendants of Carlisle Indian Industrial School students. Thank you all once again for being here today. I would like to address my first question to Dr. Bouchard. I remember in your class, you mentioned terraforming, which is the act of deliberately altering the landscape and the Earth's surface for human needs. A key part of this process was the seizure and dispossession of indigenous land. Can you please give us some context and examples of terraforming throughout history? as well as its ramifications for Indigenous people? Does its legacy impact them to this day?
Wonderful. So thank you so much. I mean, I couldn't be more effusive in my thanks to Alok for organizing this. He was one of my best students, and now I've learned so much about all the other amazing things he's doing. And I've been looking forward to this panel all week. I could go on, but I know we are pressed for time, so let me start answering. So yes, I think I am a scholar of environmental history, and like a growing chorus of us, we are increasingly thinking of European colonialism and its descendants among settler populations in the Americas as at its heart being an ecological process. One of the major consequences, arguably the most fundamental legacy of European colonialism from the 14th century to the present, is transforming landscapes and biology. This is something we can see very clearly in our sources by the mid-1400s. This is a very old project. And it's a global one, but it is most visible and most impactful in the Americas, where many of us live. I mean, to go back to what, just a few minutes ago, our student scholars were talking about in the first panel, the fact that we are debating the presence of European-style lawns or European-style urbanization in the United States, it points to how fundamental this is. And despite how clear that sounds, it's only quite recently that scholars have appreciated this fully and tried to put it at the center of how we understand colonial history. And when I teach, as Alok has suggested, I see value in describing this process as a history of terraforming. Which is typically a word we associate with the future, with science fiction, right? Elon Musk will terraform Mars so we can all live on it. We will go to the stars and terraform other planets. And the point I would make is we already live on a terraformed planet. Since the mid-15th century, European colonialism has transformed the world we live in. And I mean, to give a couple of examples, I live in the coastal northeast of the United States. I grew up in New England. I live in New Jersey. All around me growing up, and to this day, I can drive through a landscape that is meant to mimic rural England. If you drive around New England, there's a reason we call it New England. That is unnatural, that is artificial, that is a deliberate result of settlers starting in the 17th century, cutting down forests, dispossessing and displacing indigenous populations, and attempting to recreate an English countryside. In the 1980s, the historian Alfred Crosby suggested that the point of European colonialism is to create a world of neo-Europes, to replicate European landscapes everywhere on the planet. And in many ways, they have succeeded. Another quick example I'd give is the middle part of our continent, what is today sort of the entire middle third of the United States and most of Canada, historically was a giant steppe grassland that sustained a very complex indigenous ecology, and which sustained indigenous human communities for hundreds and thousands of years. It is now all a giant farm. Sort of the amber waves of grain in the song are a reminder that at the center of our country is a massive terraforming project over the past 150 to 180 years that has turned a grassland into a giant maize farm and cow production facility. So a couple quick things I'd say of why I think this is important for us to understand and to teach our students. The key point is that terraforming destroys indigenous ways of life and power, and it is a very deliberate part of European dispossession and seizure of land. It is not enough merely to legally seize and expel. It is to transform the land so that it cannot be used by indigenous communities. That we will say in New England, drive Wampanoag or Pequot peoples away from their land and then turn it into an English farm so that they cannot return to it, and that it will destroy the biology which sustains them. Two, I'd point out this is normalized over time. One of the reasons I talk about terraforming and talk about in my classes is because we barely notice it anymore. We are living in the terraformed world. You drive through New Jersey, and that is just how things are supposed to look. But it's not true. This is neither, I don't want to say the natural state of the Americas, because a key part of what happens is that indigenous communities in the Americas, which had lived within and work with and themselves shaped natural environments, right? Most of the forests of the eastern United States were regularly maintained and burned by indigenous communities. So it's not a sort of non-human natural environment, but we have so thoroughly transformed that we barely notice it anymore. And finally, let me say, for many scholars such as myself, this is the root cause of the climate crisis and the sixth extinction event we are going through, that you cannot understand how we got to this point without understanding how we have transformed the very planet we live in, that in cutting down forests, in dispossessing indigenous ways of life, in changing the world's biology, we have set the foundations for the disaster through which we are all trying to survive. And as our first panel suggested, we are in many ways trying to return to a pre-transformed world, to a pre-terraformed world. And yeah, these I think are just important ways that historical education can remind our students of how we got here and where we can go.
Yeah, I actually remembered in your class, you mentioned like the whole like Great Plains thing was completely transformed. I forget like what exactly you said, but can you please tell me?
Sure. I mean, a good example is sort of the southern part of the Great Plains, what is today Texas, Oklahoma, eastern New Mexico. In the late 18th, early 19th century, Comanche peoples used the grasslands, horses, and other ecology there to set up what some historians, for better or for worse, have called a kind of empire. And it is because it is a huge sea of grass that they can move over, that they know the food, the geography. And after the 1840s, the United States government and sort of the settlers they are encouraging very deliberately convert that from an open grassland into enclosed fields, right? Most of this region, if we visit today, is cattle ranches and wheat and maize farms in some combination. And that is, a deliberate attempt to turn one kind of ecosystem into an artificial human food system. Most of us only encounter this in the grocery store, right? You buy a bag of food, you think it's great that it's made in American farms, but it is because we have turned one environment into another, into something quite different, and very deliberately to break indigenous political power. Yeah.
Agreed. I could not agree anymore with what you said. My second question I'm directing towards Miss Barbara Landis. Colonization was not just about land grabbing, but also cultural genocide. And the residential schools were a big part of that plan, as Dr. Bouchard alluded to. The founder of the first residential school in Pennsylvania in 1879, Richard Henry Pratt, is famous for the phrase, "Kill the Indian, save the man." Children as young as 3 years old were forcibly taken from their families and sent to these schools. They were not allowed to meet their parents or go home for 5 years in the name of reform, development, and assimilation through education. These schools affected generations of Native Americans. Can you tell us what happened in these schools, what went on? Ms. Landis, you're on mute.
I guess I should unmute before I start talking. I'm really honored to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this. And I just want to begin by saying that I hope what I have to say, I can say in a good way. And I should tell you that I am here in what was founded as Penn's Woods after contact. So I'm a little bit west of where you are on the East Coast. And at the time that the Indian School was founded in 1879, most of the nations had been relocated to reservations. So there's that transformation that had happened when Richard Henry Pratt came up with this model for cultural genocide, which, by the way, is a totally appropriate way to describe what happened at these boarding schools. And legally, by UN definition, it is an example of genocide. So there's no doubt about what the purpose was. When Pratt used these violent monikers that we know of as like "kill the Indian, save the man," he said that in his philosophy, and these are going to be very harsh metaphors that I'm going to be using. So I do want people to be prepared for this kind of triggering that can happen. but he used the analogy of Christian baptism. He said, we like to take these children and hold them under until they're thoroughly soaked. And when they come out, they will be, quote, civilized. So there's that drowning metaphor, again, that violent imagery. I did also, when I looked at your questions, Alec, it took me to my database and I started looking at ages, because when you said as young as 3, and I'm sure you heard that from me, that just triggered something in me as a grandmother, that these ages, ages 3 to 48, those are the ages of the children who were sent to Carlisle. There was one child who came in at age 3, and bear with me while I do these statistics real quickly. 7 came in at age 5, 14 at age 6, 24 at age 7. Now, these are all children who are being sent far away from their home communities for an extended period of time, 3 to 5 years typically. There were 185 under the age of 10. This is out of a population of roughly 7,800 children. 900 were between the ages of 10 to 12. 2,500 between the ages of 13 and 15. So now we've got almost 4,000 kids who are under the age of 15 during this period from 1879 to 1918, roughly 40-year period. 3,000 were between 16 and 18 years old. About 1,100 were between the ages of 19 and 20. So they're now past what we consider traditional school age. 664 were between the ages of 21 and 40. So now among these numbers are about 600 students. I say children, but they weren't that young, they were young adults in many cases. About 600 of them were re-enrollments. So for some reason or other, they decided to re-enroll, or the school decided to re-enroll them, or they were on some kind of an assignment where they continued to work at the school. So that's a demographic of who these kids were. Now, to what their day was like, what went on, you said, in these schools. The Carlisle School was an industrial and vocational training school and academic training school. So kids had academics for half a day, and then they learned some kind of a trade for the other half day. And those trades would have been non-skilled labor type trades for the most part. So males would be learning masonry, carpentry, blacksmithing, carriage making, and girls would be learning the typical domestic arts around the turn of the century, the turn of the 20th century, which would be, cooking, cleaning, sewing, childcare, which in effect prepared these students for work as domestics. If they were female, they got jobs as maids or, child nannies. And for males, they would have been doing some kind of labor. The ideal trade in the eyes of the administration in the United States was farming, which is really ironic because these children came from very advanced and developed farming communities. I mean, it was many of their communities who taught the colonizers how to farm. So it's ironic that that would have been the emphasis. And then the children, when they went back to their home communities, were not typically living in arable lands because they had been relocated. So, the ironies and the misfit about this whole philosophy was evident from the start. I'll just quickly tell you, go on. their lives were very regimented. They were designed into military units. So if you were a kid at one of these boarding schools, and there were 24 of them modeled after Carlisle, and incidentally, 4 of them are still in existence today. The Sherman Indian School, the Haskell University, I can't think of the others that escape me, but and their goals are the opposite of what Carlisle's goals were. Now the goal is to reclaim tradition and culture, but at Carlisle, they would have been put in uniform, organized into regiments and battalions. A ranking system would be set up. So they would set up this system among themselves where they were policing each other, which is another psychological issue that has strong repercussions. And they wore uniforms, their hair was cut, as we know. And in the summertime, when you would expect to go home from boarding school, these children were sent out into non-native families where they lived with the families and worked there. And if they were old enough, they would be paid a minimum wage. There was music and debating, which was another part of this program, which kind of made Carlisle in some eyes the elite of those schools, because kids were taught to be able to stand in front of a group and debate the important issues of the day. So that was another aspect that was kind of unique to Carlisle. So that's that in a nutshell.
The system that you described at Carlisle resembles more North Korea than like here. And when I see the statistics, it just gives me chills.
There are a lot of statistics.
Yeah. And on that note, I'll address the next question to Miss Janita Benally. Miss Benally, in a previous interview, you mentioned how you were forced to leave your reservation at Black Mesa to make way for a coal mine and move to Flagstaff, Arizona. What are some of the problems you have faced due to this? How is the present day infrastructure on your reservation in terms of healthcare facilities, water supply, schools, and jobs?
Hi there, Yate Atalasitlo. Good morning, everyone. I am with you today under the shadow of the holy San Francisco Peaks, de Co'osli, which is sacred, which is holy to 13 tribal nations, but it is also culturally and historically significant to 22 indigenous nations here in the southwestern part of Arizona. I am Danette Navajo, and I grew up in Black Mesa in northern Arizona on the Navajo Nation, which is and was now the Peabody Coal Company is shut down. But I grew up at the hemlines of my grandmother's skirts at protests, always understanding that the land that we live upon is a direct reflection. How we care for the land is a direct reflection of how we care for ourselves, how we care for our community. In context, also, my father is a traditional medicine man, and I have studied, well, I apprenticed with him for 40 years, and I've been working alongside him now. The area that I grew up in had beautiful juniper, cedar, piñon pine trees. We used to, when I was little, in different areas, we used to go and gather medicine at places where we can no longer gather that medicine. Peabody was the largest open strip mine in the United States for the highest grade coal. And the coal was shipped all the way, it was actually slurried using our water, our aquifer water. And it was said when the deals were being made, before I was born, it was said that with Peabody Coal Company and the Navajo Nation government, Peabody Coal Company had said, you won't notice how much water we'll be taking because it's like a teaspoon in a big barrel when we slurry all of the coal to Nevada. That wasn't true. The springs that my family and I used to utilize for drinking water all dried up. There was even our animals now. Currently, we can't graze our animals there because there's not enough vegetation, because there's no water coming up anymore. I mean, we are in a drought, but we also just, it doesn't exist like it did. When you mentioned terraforming, Jack, the land reclamation that happened in Black Mesa was, it was beautiful. It was hills, rolling hills, mountainous. We didn't have any valleys there. Now, the reclamation process that was promised to us when they said that they would bring the land back to its natural state, and we wouldn't even notice that our land had changed, is actually been seeded with Kentucky bluegrass in northern Arizona. And there's valleys and such. So the land has been so destroyed by the rehabilitation from Peabody Coal Company. It's a, people think about these histories in Carlisle boarding school. And my father went to Riverside boarding school. He was a victim of the boarding school era. And so when I was growing up, we talk about, the relationship to land. When I was growing up on and off the reservation, my family actually never relocated. Our family has been part of the resistance, that we would never relocate. We would never accept the accommodation agreement. We'd never accept a house or whatever it is that they were trying to buy us off with, because that land is where my great, 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 great grandparents are buried. That land is where my umbilical cord and my siblings' umbilical cords are buried. And so this is our homeland. This is where our connection to Nehema Nahastan, our Mother Earth, is. And so some of the challenges that we faced, of course, being removed from any site that is a homeland, even sacred sites, which are off reservation as well, that have deeply impacted our ancient living culture. We have to find ways, I think, today to be we have to find ways to inspire and motivate youth to learn our culture, to learn our traditional ways, to learn the medicines. And it takes a bit more effort, because so many generations now, we're looking at the relocation of over 14,000 of my people started in the 1970s. So over 14,000 of my people at that time were forcibly removed to gain access to the coal that is under our homeland. So then you look at, that was 14,000 people then, and you look at the children, the grandchildren, and now the great-grandchildren of those families who were relocated, who don't have that connection to land. So we have to find creative ways. And I think being a musician is part of that, that creative way of inspiring youth to learn about our culture, to learn about your connection to Earth, as well as my radio show, Indigenous Youth Nation. And Indigenous Youth Nation is actually, so it's a pre-teen, teen radio show that focuses on normalizing and celebrating culture, re-identifying oneself, reinvigorating the cultural identity that we have. So it was actually inspired by a feeling of helplessness when we as Indigenous people have always known about the terror of boarding school. You know, from my father, from his experiences, it's not that far removed, and everybody needs to understand that it's not that far removed. The father of my children went to a boarding school. He had no idea how to parent, because all of that had also been stripped from him and while he was in boarding school. So finding ways to reconnect. So Indigenous Youth Nation was that response to people in the world finally believing Indigenous people that our young ancestors are buried at these schools. There's, I think, over 400 residential boarding schools in the United States alone. So how do we reconnect? How do we re-inspire the younger generations to normalize culture, to feel comfortable and confident within culture?
I totally agree with you. And it's also like a shame too. Like I don't think most people know that we even had residential schools in our country. I think most people do know about what happened in Canada because there was a lot more coverage, but no one knows about it here. And being an immigrant, I also understand and it can relate to the importance of like maintaining your culture and everything. It was very impactful.
It is, yeah, it's so important for, you know, all peoples, but it's that connection. I want to mention that I also was a plaintiff. I sued the federal government to protect the Holy San Francisco Peaks. I lost that case, unfortunately. But what was really, there's so many elements about that case that were so important. The crux of it is that a small for-profit ski resort wanted to, or they have now, unfortunately, they utilize reclaimed wastewater, which is laden with endocrine disruptors, which is not regulated by the EPA, and they spray it on the entire western face of the Holy San Francisco Peaks, which is the sunniest side, which means that all of that water then drains down into the going lower into the Havasupai Nation, which is their only source of water. But that water that is the endocrine, the reclaimed wastewater that's put on the Holy San Francisco Peaks means that as traditional practitioners, we can no longer pick our medicine there. Our medicine now has been so disrupted by the endocrine disruptors that if we as traditional practitioners utilize this medicine and it makes our patients sick, then people will they'll stop utilizing our traditional medicine. So it goes back to the whole thing of colonization and undermining the cultures, the traditional sciences that have existed for thousands and thousands of years. And going back to what Jack was saying with the terraforming, we've had these sciences, they've existed. That harmonious relationship that we've had with our Mother Earth and how we've been able to live in balance has been there. It is there. And it's not a folklore, it's not a myth, it's not magic, but it's traditional science.
Yeah. Like if this is not one of the tragedies of terraforming, one of the most obvious ones, I don't know what is. Yeah. On that note, I would like to address my next question to Dr. Bouchard, and this very much relates to what Ms. Janetta said, just in the last question. In your class, you mentioned that the Europeans were obsessed with the term improvement. The idea being that in order to possess land, you need to improve it. The literal meaning being that, like, to improve, you must alter or transfer the land. In what ways was the land transformed, and how has this affected Native communities in the countries that were colonized?
Yes, this is a sort of unfortunately a perfect follow-up to sort of what we were just discussing. And actually, I want to talk about this in the context of Northern Arizona and Carlisle. I mean, let me say, by the way, as a side note, I've actually spent a weird amount of time in Carlisle, and I never knew about the residential school because I've driven through there so many times. But so if terraforming is the kind of physical aspect, the idea of improvement is the ideology behind it. What historians who work on the 1600s have noticed is that as you are reading what Europeans are writing, especially the English in the 17th century, they keep talking about improvement. We must improve, and only improvement is sort of a way to legitimize possession. So, you know, nowadays, improvement is good. We all must improve. One does not want to, right? It is a word that connotes getting better. In the 17th century, it has a much more specific meaning. As you suggested, it is to change a landscape or to extract something from a landscape in a way that they see as adding value to it. So at the core of this is that in global perspective, European agriculture is actually incredibly inefficient. Growing wheat and raising cows is a terrible survival strategy. And one of the things is the only way to make it work is to radically change a landscape, right? You know, when Europeans get to North America, you have to cut down forests, plow the land, inject fertilizer, enclose your pasture, enclose your farmland, and then raise wheat and cows. But according to 17th century English thought, that is improving a landscape. You are taking a non-European agricultural landscape and turning it into a European agricultural one. And by the same note, a landscape is only improved if you cut down the forest and sell the wood, if you dig up the resources underground and sell them. In other words, it is inherently about generating capitalist value. The point I would make, to take sort of two things that were said before, this example of Carlisle, this idea that white settlers are teaching indigenous communities how to farm is so insane. And part of it is that in the East Coast, most indigenous agricultural systems are, contrasting with European, incredibly efficient. Maize, squash-based agriculture does not require you to transform a landscape because, well, basically you don't need to plow anything to grow maize. I mean, the irony is Americans now do that. Not irony, it's very intentional. But it is the idea that by the 19th century, settlers and Europeans think that only European-style agriculture is legitimate and adds improvement to a landscape. So that is what people have to do. And this becomes legally enforced. And as you pointed out in Carlisle, it is forced upon people. But then this example of Arizona, according to the logic of improvement, this 17th century idea, that coal mine improves the landscape. It is a net good. And all the beauty that you described about what existed before, but the fact that that landscape sustained human beings very comfortably in balance, does not improve or add value to the landscape. And the important thing is here that it is the latter, sorry, it is the former. It is the adding of the mine that has legal and economic weight behind it, right? That mining corporation gets legal title to the land. A court is more than happy to enforce it. And the American GDP goes up. And therefore, everyone is happy except the actual human beings living there. I mean, I having recently purchased a house, I was sort of shocked and disturbed to learn that according to the kind of legal logic to the United States, if I add anything to my house, if I improve it in any way, whether or not it's good or bad, the value of my house goes up for tax purposes and other things. Like there is still a kind of economic and legal correlation between transforming a piece of property and value increasing. And my point here is that is something that is really coalesces in the 17th century. And the key development comes across the 17th century when the English start saying, to improve a piece of land gives you legal title to it, right? If you farm a plot of land, that is yours. But conversely, if you don't improve a piece of land, you cannot own it, which is part of why in the 18th, 19th, 20th, and 21st century, so many laws do not allow indigenous possession of land, title to land, because they are not practicing the one approved style of agriculture, of resource extraction. It is very much baked into our society. Yeah.
Very much agree with you there. Like I remember like you were also like mentioning in your class like this exact same point. Like even if you like add something that like, for example, like you just paint your roof, it'll increase the value of your house.
Yeah, you improved it. I mean, the poisoning an entire aquifer in northern Arizona technically generates GDP and is technically an improvement under the sort of logic of this. And the point is, it's an idea we inherit from the 17th century and from the earliest years of colonization. That it runs through sort of everything, and it incentivizes this kind of behavior. When we ask how are we in an age of climate catastrophe, well, it's because the entire legal and economic incentive structure is to open a coal mine in Arizona instead of preserving a landscape for other forms of human use.
You see, that's the irony of it. Like you're digging your own grave, so to speak. Like, yeah, like you're just digging your own grave. Like the long-term costs will far outweigh any even 0.1% increase in GDP. It's insane.
Yeah, but for people in the 17th century, they'll be dead by the time they feel the consequences, so they don't care about the future. And to this day, if you do anything else, you are economically and legally like if I didn't improve my house, the town would get angry at me because I'm not increasing the tax revenue of the town. There's a great deal of pressure. Yeah, it's not a happy story. It's a very depressing story. But I think this is what we are obligated to tell our students. And you can see how something happening in the 17th century is reappearing in the 1870s, and it's reappearing in the early, late 20th, early 21st century. It's the same story over and over again.
Like you cannot improve based on this idea and then expect to find a way out of the climate crisis. Like you can't do it.
And this is why when scientists and engineers say, don't worry, we'll simply improve the technology and solve the climate crisis, we should be extremely skeptical.
Yeah.
With all due respect to our friends in STEM.
Definitely. Miss Landis, my next question is, when I wrote about my research paper on the legacy of the intergenerational trauma at the Carlisle Indian School, I interviewed Dr. Denise Lagimodiere, and I spoke to her about how her father suffered abuse at a residential school and became an abusive husband and father. It prompted me to interview other survivors and record their stories, and many of them are very disturbing. Did the residential schools teach valuable life skills and professional skills to Native American children? Were they able to assimilate in American society and find meaningful work? Or did they create an identity crisis in those who were forcibly sent to these schools and the students were left behind?
Yeah, that is a question that should have been asked hundreds of years ago or 150 years ago when Pratt was continuing to tout this as the answer to the so-called, quote, Indian problem. But I think it's helpful to take what Dr. Bouchard and Janetta have said about this transforming process, because you're looking at transforming land, you're looking at transforming resources to the detriment of the ecological systems. Now you're transforming human beings. That is ethically and morally anathema to Christian thinking, really, and yet it's done in the name of Christianity. But I digress, because you asked were there valuable skills that students learned out of these programs, valuable life skills. And, students, especially the older ones, learned how to negotiate through these structures that many of them had already been exposed to through the mission boarding schools. There were a lot of mission feeder schools to the Carlisle school. So by like 1890, students were required to have already had 4 years of previous schooling. So students started to come to Carlisle knowing some English and prepared to succeed through the examination process. But the way that students learned to negotiate was this kind of language of submission. And I'm sure that stood them well in many other systems outside the school. But and that language, of course, had to be English. Students were punished if they were caught speaking their native language. So it was English only, which is another really problematic aspect of this training. Because you can learn another language, especially as a child, without having to give up your own native language. So that was problematic. But yes, students came out of this knowing how to speak English and knowing what makes the white man tick, which was another important lesson in order to negotiate through the dominant culture. But as you mentioned, the irony there too is most of these kids did not get swallowed up into the dominant culture. Most of them went back to their home communities with these very conflicted identities. Zigala Shah wrote a short story called The Soft-Hearted Sioux, which is a perfect example of this, about a kid who goes through boarding school, goes back to his home community, and is completely worthless, can't help out in any useful ways or traditional ways, and sits in the teepee and reads the Bible all day and is, of no use to himself or anybody. So, there is that example of how the experiment failed again. But there also were students who were on an academic track, so to speak, and males and females. And, those were the students who ultimately went into Indian service and worked as bureaucrats or worked as teachers at other boarding schools or became nurses and worked for Indian Health Service. When I give programs at Indian Health Service, I often meet people who say, my mom, my grandma, they all went to boarding school. They all were nurses. They all learned nurses training through that process. And, now I'm a nurse or I'm an administrator with Indian Health Service. So, and that would not have been desirable in Pratt's eyes, because he hated the Bureau of Indian Affairs, was always struggling and fighting against the Bureau, and did not want students to work as bureaucrats. But, he did not really give his whole philosophy, and this whole structure was ass backwards. Instead of coming up with a structure in the dominant culture to reject racism, he tried to transform these kids who came out of this program and they still looked like Indians. And so, they couldn't survive in the dominant culture under the usual structures. So it's very problematic. Yes, I'm sure they learned useful skills. I'll tell you, the athletes were the ones who were the most successful. Those guys who, when you look at what happened at Carlisle during the football era, at the beginnings of football, modern football as we know it was developed at this Indian boarding school in the early 1900s, late 1890s. And, you had young men who were not huge, hulking figures, but they were very quick and very cunning. And under the leadership and coaching of Pop Warner, they were beating Ivy League teams like Harvard and Yale and West Point. They carried a limping Dwight Eisenhower off the field in 1912 when the Carlisle Indian School beat Army at West Point. So, and those were the students who really had agency. William Gardner became a famous Alaskan lawyer. Or no, he was Anishinaabe, but William Paul, I'm thinking of. There are a lot of big names that came out of Carlisle who became lawyers, doctors, dentists, football coaches. William Gardner was one of Eliot Ness's G-men. I mean, there's some really interesting professional stories that are born out of this, outside of Jim Thorpe, mind you, that we can look at as people who certainly develop valuable life skills. But, most did not assimilate, and most of them did go back to their home communities.
Yeah, because I remember from when I wrote the paper, quite a few of them, like, they weren't accepted in the dominant mainstream culture, but they also weren't accepted when they went back to their own communities. Like, they were seen as, like, I guess the word turncoats, I suppose.
Well, yeah, I mean, Luther Standing Bear, who was Rosebud Sioux, wrote a book. He wrote several books. One, My People, the Sioux, is an example of what a typical day would have been like, what his experiences were like. And he actually eventually went to Hollywood and was working hard at casting Native and Indigenous people into Native American roles in those old movies. So, he's an exception that really stands out, along with many others.
Right. Since I know we're hard pressed for time, I'm gonna ask like 2 more questions and then open the floor to Q&A, if that's okay. I have a question for Dr. Bouchard. Since this is like very topical to what Ms. Landis and Ms. Janeda said, like I want to skip to you and ask this one question. The Europeans were obsessed with the idea of legalizing conquest, and they did it through many ways. Can you shed light on some of them? How did they justify their plunder? Also, what are some of the long-term effects of this on indigenous populations, and are steps being taken to reverse this?
Yes, I will try and keep this brief, but you learned this in my class. It's one of the things I like to explain because it's so counterintuitive. What seems like sort of lawless, reckless dispossession, colonialism, all of which it is, Europeans from the 15th century onward are compulsive about proving it's all legal and fine and good. And this includes these huge inter-European international treaties like the Treaty of Tordesillas. This includes treaties between European and later settler states and indigenous communities. But this also includes things, what historians often call ceremonies of possession, where when a European colonizer first arrives in a piece of land in the Americas, they will do a very public ceremony to show that they are legally taking possession of it and its peoples. So famously, the Spanish from the 1510s have a thing, a requerimiento, where they will, when they encounter an indigenous community, read a legal declaration aloud in Spanish, which they believe grants them possession of the peoples there. And therefore, if the indigenous community resists, they're rebels and they can be exterminated. A couple things I point out. One, this was all about proving to other Europeans that they were legal. The indigenous perceptions did not factor into account, right? Reading a treaty in Spanish to Mexica peoples, clearly this is about convincing other Europeans. Two, this becomes part of the United States legal system. In the early 19th century, in the early American Republic, the US Supreme Court especially draws on these older European treaties and legal precedents to basically set US laws. So the foundational case, Johnson v. McIntosh, I think it's 1821 by the US Supreme Court, which continues to be the legal basis for indigenous land law in the US, which says indigenous people have no legal title to any land, explicitly draws on like 15th century European laws. The final thing I'd say is even beyond the laws, it becomes a real important part of American popular culture. So the holiday of Thanksgiving is implicitly about justifying occupation and dispossession, right? If you think of the story many of us were told as children, think of the Charlie Brown Thanksgiving special, the sort of message of the story is, well, it was okay for the Puritans to settle New England because the Wampanoag people sort of implicitly invited, accepted them, helped them out, and then had a meal together. It is a ceremony of possession in which a shared feast legitimizes occupation. And at least until recently, that was just a staple of American popular culture in the media. So in all of these sort of different levels, in these international treaties, in these active real-time ceremonies of possessions, in these legal precedents for land law, in popular culture, there is so much anxiety among settlers and Europeans to make it okay. And we are the inheritors of that. And to quickly answer your last question, the inverse is that since many of these things took place in writing with treaties, it does, in the settler legal code, allow for pushback and contestation. I would point out in Canada, many Indigenous communities have been very successful, especially in the past 2 decades, about using these treaties to reassert rights and titles and to say, it is in writing, the government has to recognize this. It is much more contested historically in the United States, but it is starting to be a path forward. I mean, I'm not terribly hopeful because you can see how much it's based in, but yeah, that's the irony of improvement and terraforming, is they want to prove that it's okay.
Right. Agreed. Unfortunately, this discussion is very, very interesting. It could go on all day, but unfortunately, we're out of time. I want to thank you, the three of you, for all coming and Miss Janida, I don't think I've asked you enough questions, so I'm just gonna ask you, do you have any final words that you'd like to share with us?
Thank you. I do actually. We're still facing so many of these issues that where there is an environmental crisis, there's a cultural crisis. Indigenous peoples are being impacted. And so it's really up to us, each person in each of these little boxes of technology right now, it's up to us to decolonize the concepts that we've become so accustomed to this normalization of taking, of destroying, of finding solutions through building and creating and destroying more, but rather coming home to your heart, where right in your heart, your own Indigenous roots still pump from when you were in your mother's womb, from when she was in her mother's womb, going all the way back to the beginning of time. There's that one Indigenous concept that you all have, that we all have, that we have to relearn. And it's so simple. It's called respect. It's respecting our environment, respecting ourselves, our community, our family, all of the life-giving properties that our Mother Earth and that our Father Sky give to us. So how do we go forward? Each of us making decisions each day, because those decisions are not for us. They're not for us right now. Those decisions are for your great-great-grandchildren. How are you impacting them?
Very true. Very true. How do we prevent the sixth extinction? I think
there's one question, Alok, from Professor Bond. Maybe she can say something.
Yes, please, what is your question?
Yes, thank you so much. Really loving this panel. I just want to say I'm Helen Bond. I'm a professor at Howard University. And literally, I work with pre-service teachers. I teach in the School of Education. I was just talking to them last week about the Carlisle Indian School and how these issues are often taught. And so that's where my question is. I was sharing with them that often Native American history is taught so historical that there is no present day application. So what can you say we've had teachers and students on in terms of the best ways to educate students about the Carlisle Indian School and some of these issues going forward.
Shall I answer that? I'll try to answer that. I think the best way is to just make sure that you make people aware that these schools existed and pay attention, especially to the work of Deb Haaland, the Secretary of Interior, who has issued a report and is investigating what happened at these boarding schools now that the subsequent generations are willing to talk about it. So I would encourage you to read that report that was published by the Secretary of Interior and, you know, just swallow up as much as you can that comes from the voice of descendants. That would be my advice.
Any other questions?
Well, look, unfortunately, we are running out of time and our panel is here, but I would suggest to please, if the panelists and you can share the emails and the contact chat list, I think that will be very helpful to follow up.
Of course, I will do so.
May I have a comment, please?
Of course.
Thank you. I did my MS degree in Minneapolis, St. Paul, and I had the chance to visit the Sioux community in a reserve, and just the term reserve made me so sad at that time, really. And I feel that the American indigenous people, I have them in my heart, even though I'm Moroccan. So here in this panel, really, I have real tears in my eyes right now. Why a country, huge country, that almost, I mean, all the time that they're saying they are fighting for democracy in the world, and within their country, they are not doing it. They're not giving the dignity to a real part of the of these communities and and humans within the US. I don't know why. This is my question.
I'd like to respond if I may. When the draft Declaration of Indigenous Peoples was being written, I was there at the United Nations giving testimony, and I got the opportunity to speak right after the United States government. And one word that they refused to use is genocide. And there's a lot attached to that. I was like, why can't you just say the word? Why can't you just say that this is what has occurred? By definition, this is genocide. This is a cultural genocide. This is an environmental genocide. So it's how do we move forward? How can we move forward? How can we heal these wounds that exist? Because these wounds are still very real. They're still very open. We're all being affected and infected by that. So how do we heal these wounds? Moving forward, you know, democracy, as you mentioned, democracy, it's a principle. The foundation comes from the Haudenosaunee people. It is an indigenous concept. So bringing all of that back, bringing all of that back to really taking ownership. I'm sorry is the most difficult thing to say for anybody. And there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And having Deb Haaland right now, we have so many incredible Indigenous peoples who were originally grassroots people working for their communities that are in political office right now. And that's how we move forward. And that's how we make positive change, is by doing what you can, speaking the truths that do exist, reminding people that I do sometimes consultations with museums, and I remind people that don't just list the white people in the pictures, list the indigenous names as well, because we're more than props. We're people too. And our history is really, it is a heartbreaking history. It is a heartbreaking now. It's a heartbreaking present day now. But when we recognize that there are wrongs, that means that there is room for us to make things healthy, to work towards healthy solutions, to work towards bringing our communities together in a way that is respectful.
Could not agree more. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have today. I thank you all for coming. I truly appreciate it. We had a great discussion. And I'll give the floor back to Dr. Iyengar to introduce the next panel.
Thank you, Alok. Fascinating panel. I'll ask Jasmine to take over. Sorry, we're running late. We won't be able to take comments, but thank you so much for being here with us and sharing this history that we have all forgotten. Thank you.
Yes, I feel so bad because all these panels are so interesting, but we have to give room to the next one. And it is my pleasure to introduce Lillian, Tabitha, Jaina, and Iris from Hopewell Valley Central High School. If you could please take over and start, that'd be great. Thank you.
All right, my name is Tabitha, and I'm here with Lillian, Iris, Jaina, and our teacher, Miss McGrath. So to start, me and Lillian will be discussing sustainable fashion, fast fashion, and how we got interested into these topics. So to start, we have some pictures of what fashion trends have been looking like recently. A lot of these trends come from social media and have become widespread from there. What many people don't know is that these trends are also examples of fast fashion.
Fast fashion is a term that refers to clothing made from inexpensive designs and poor quality fabrics that's also produced in a non-ethical, non-sustainable way to fit very quick trends. And that's the main reason why it has the name fast fashion.
With all this in mind, we'll review we'll now focus on why fast fashion is bad. First off, it pollutes the environment because of the materials used and also how it is manufactured. Also, the brands are constantly trying to make new clothes to fit with these new trends, which in the end means that people aren't able to get the full use out of their clothes. This is because recent trend cycles have been every 1 to 3 months and therefore are just moving too quickly.
One of the many solutions for fast fashion is sustainable fashion, and it is the complete opposite of fast fashion, where they are garments that are made in a mindful, sustainable way in order to combat other climate issues. And they're made out of more sustainable materials, which you will be hearing about, as well as a more sustainable production process, which we will also be getting into.
So just to review, we'll now see the differences between sustainable and fast fashion. Like Lillian said, they're basically the opposite of each other. Sustainable fashion usually has more thoughtful materials and a manufacturing process when considering the environment. It also tends to have more unique pieces because it isn't always just trying to fit in with these new trends. Fast fashion, on the other hand, is usually mass-produced, and because of this, can have very negative impacts on the environment.
A big part of what makes clothing sustainable are the materials that are used. And a few examples of some sustainable materials are recycled cotton, organic linen, and tencel, which is a fabric which is fibers are made out of sustainably sourced wood and is made in a thoughtful way. Some examples of bad materials are polyester, which takes a long time to break down, acrylic, which is harmful to the workers in the process of these clothing, and non-recycled and non-organic cotton, which uses so much water when being made. For example, 2,000 liters of water are used just to make one cotton t-shirt and one pair of jeans. So as you can see from that, it's a lot of water for just a few pieces of clothing. On the right, you see a picture of some more examples of some sustainable and non-sustainable fabrics. There are so many more than these listed, but you can see more on the right. Another big thing that goes into whether clothing is sustainable or not is the process in which it is made. This can be whether it's locally made or factory made. And before you buy a piece of clothing, it's always important to check the labor laws of the country that you are buying the clothing from, which you will hear more about on the next slide about the process.
So the difference between the life cycle of just normal clothing and sustainable clothing is that sustainable clothing is more circular. So this means they can both start the same way, which includes retrieving the materials and processing them into making the clothes, and those clothes being sold. Then, after the clothes are consumed, in a normal product lifestyle or life cycle, they would just be disposed of. But on the more sustainable side, they could be repurposed or recycled or reused, and in any way that makes this a circular cycle. This could also mean it could play into secondhand clothing.
Now we're going to discuss how we got into making newsletters and researching sustainability.
So we've been doing Girl Scouts for a very long time, as you can probably see from the picture on the last slide, but we just started a newsletter about 2.5 years ago as part of one of our Girl Scout projects. This is where our interest of sustainable fashion started, and from there we've been creating a monthly newsletter. Since then, we've accumulated over 100 subscribers. We've created an Instagram page and a website that we're really proud of. Then on the right here, you can see 2 of our newsletters we've created. So we have one from October 2020, which was our first newsletter, and then one from this month, which is February 2020. We're really proud of how far we've grown.
So you may be wondering why we've continued doing this for so many years. And the reason is because we discovered a new passion for learning about sustainability. Sustainability in clothing is nothing that we really thought about before, and we were very uneducated on it. But after writing the newsletter, we discovered a whole new passion on writing our newsletters, learning about sustainability in clothing, and sharing that with others. Another big reason why we continue to do this is the motivation that we get from the subscribers and the people that read our newsletters. We've received so many positive feedback and suggestions, and that is just what motivates us to keep on going. On the right side, you can see our logo, which Tabitha drew for our newsletter.
Now we're going to talk a little bit more about how we make our newsletters. So to start, we usually focus on 2 topics a month and write about 3 pages. Because of this, we have covered a lot of topics, as you can see. So we've done everything ranging from just sustainable fashion to just being eco-friendly in general. And we really love getting some of these topics as suggestions from our readers. And sometimes we even come up with these ideas from posts on social media.
We've learned so much from the process of writing newsletters on a sustainability aspect, but also on the aspect of working as a team. On the sustainability aspect, we've learned some big things, as you can see from the topics before, but we've learned how to be mindful when shopping, ways to change our habits to be more sustainable, and the truth of some brands that we've shopped from in the past. On a team aspect, we've learned how to accept criticism and work as a team, as well as time management and so many important life skills.
Okay, I'm Jaina, and I'm going to be talking a little bit about the fashion industry. So I've always been creative, and I've always been sewing since I was about 7 or 8. And so since then, I have started selling some masks online. So here's a picture of that. And then after that, I've taken a couple classes at the Fashion Institute of Technology in New York. And as I'm doing this, I'm just kind of getting myself more involved with the fashion industry, and I've just been learning a lot. And in my future, I will be attending Savannah College of Art and Design. So why is fast fashion a thing? So trends are generally preferred over the function of items, since cheap, trendy items are just, like I said, trendier. And these long-lasting items that aren't fast fashion can go out of style pretty quickly. And so since consumers want these trendy items, large companies can profit off of this. And this is similarly, it's convenient since these cheaper products are more accessible to both the consumer and the producer. A lack of education is also a big reason for why fast fashion continues to exist. Since brands are advertising clothing as more sustainable than they are, it allows for these companies to profit more since consumers think that they are doing something good for the planet while they're not. So I just want to ask you guys to take a look at the tags of the clothing that you're wearing either now or later, just whenever, and just put it in the chat where it was made or if you know how it was made. And I just want you to think about what the labor practice laws are in the country that it was made. All right. Okay, so fast fashion is a cycle. And so the first part of the cycle is the establishment of a company and the new product demand of items in their company. So to appeal to these demands, the companies need to cut the time and product cost. And so to do this, they start using unethical labor and cheaper products. And so these poor quality products lead to just poor quality of the garments in general. And so they don't last as long and they get discarded more. So this leads to the waste and overproduction of these items since they don't last as long, so they need to be discarded more frequently, and they are overproduced since consumers have to buy more and more. So some effects of fast fashion. Like I just said, the decrease in the quality of the products is a big effect of this fast fashion cycle, since clothes are not made of good quality. And this leads to the average person discarding 81 pounds of clothing per year, which is, if you really think about it, that's quite a lot. And so items are worn less, purchased more, and discarded more. So this leads overall to just much more waste. And the average person only wears 20% of their clothes 80% of the time. Another part of this is that garment materials are becoming increasingly plastic-based, and this is very environmentally impactful since the microplastics in the fabric or whatever material that the clothes are made of, they get released through each wash in the washing machine or however you're washing it, and that's released back into the environment. So while this material is cheaper since it's plastic, it's harmful for the environment. And 60% of clothes are made with plastic-based materials. Okay, so there's a lot of impacts on other countries, and the 4 largest dumping grounds are Kenya, Ghana, Chile, and India. So here's a short clip about the impacts on other countries. All right, so since I am going into the fashion industry, I want to talk a little bit about the industry itself. So my advice for new companies. So while it is nearly impossible for companies to avoid participating in trend cycles, it would be beneficial for them to try to send a new message to consumers, because the consumers are the primary driver of the trend cycle. So as long as consumers want more, the producers and the companies are going to be producing more. So the producers and the companies need to send a new message about honesty. And so 59% of all sustainability claims by European fashion brands are inaccurate and misleading. So the companies need to break this and promote more honesty so that the consumer knows what they're buying. So promoting sustainability is something that really can combat this fast fashion crisis. And one big way of doing this is the reemergence of slow fashion, which is just the mindful and resourceful creation of clothing. Products marked as sustainable are expected to grow 5.6 times faster than those that are not. Deconstruction and reuse of materials is something that will also promote sustainability. And only 11% of fashion brands implement recycling strategies for their items. Another part of this is the packaging of the materials. So not only are the clothes harmful when it's fast fashion, but the materials that clothes are packaged in can also contribute to this waste.
Hello, my name is Iris, and I'm going to be talking a little bit about minimalism and clothing exchanges. So on average, every American spends $5,322 a year on apparel and entertainment in 2021. So there is a big problem in this country with overconsumption. And more specifically, the average American spends $341 a month on impulse buying alone. There's a lot of implications of this kind of trend of overconsumption, and primarily with the topic that was mentioned by Gina with waist distancing. So that's both spatially and mentally, there's this kind of idea that we should be able to consume, and then people should not have to actually see the kind of consequences of their overbuying. It's kind of like the phrase out of sight, out of mind. So America alone wastes 11.3 tons a year of textile waste, and 85% of all clothes are ending up in the landfill. And then just to kind of mention the that point again, that every American alone is wasting 81.5 pounds a year. So not only are Black and Brown people the majority of the people that actually have to deal with this overconsumption, but for the consumers, it doesn't have the kind of positive mental kind of fulfillment feeling that you might expect out of buying. And that next slide's going to mention that. And then I'm just going to mention while she's finding the link, this is from The True Cost. It's a really good documentary if you want to learn more.
As it becomes clear just how much of an impact fashion is having on our world, there is an increasing amount of research to suggest that it's also having a growing effect on us, people buying these clothes.
What we now know 20 years later, hundreds of studies later, is that the more that people are focused on those materialistic values, the more that they say that money, image, and status, possessions are important to them, the less happy they are. The more depressed they are, the more anxious they are. We know that all of these kinds of psychological problems tend to go up as materialistic values go. Now, that's really at odds with the thousands of messages that we receive every day from advertisements suggesting that materialism and the pursuit of possessions and owning stuff is what's going to make us.
And the solution to combating this kind of pressure placed upon consumers is minimalism. It's finding joy in things other than spending. So Bea Johnson, the leader of the Zero Waste Home and author of Simplifying Your Life by Reducing Waste, she said that less is more time for life, picnics, reading, books, etc. A life of being instead of having, experiences instead of stuff. So minimalism, it can happen on a lot of different levels for different types of consumers. In families, obviously, it's going to look very different than on an individual level. But for the regular person trying to live through
live a more minimalist lifestyle, it can mean conscious consumption or only buying things every couple of months. It can mean decluttering your home with donations, sales, and organizations. And some organizations are better than others. Some of the best ways you should get rid of your clothes or donate your clothes should be to organizations like Big Brother, Big Sister, One Warm Coat, Dress for Success, Habitat for Humanity, Savers, Grow New York City, Value Village. And minimalism can also mean just practicing saying no and recognizing that there are a lot of pressures on you from social media, advertisements, and even maybe friends to buy things, and then just kind of setting that boundary and being like, no, I'm going to buy things that actually are useful to me. And additionally, there's textile donation bins. There's some that are open to regular people, but for major companies, there's this organization called Fab Scrap, which is based in New York City, and it also has locations in Philly. And they will pick up textiles, and they've talked a lot about how their business or their organization works to reduce CO2 emissions. It reduces the chemical waste in landfills in the US and other countries. And customers are starting to care more about sustainability. So 48% of customers check tags for sustainability information, which is good. But brands that are eco-conscious and kind of open about that, transparent, it can actually improve their sales and sort of shows efforts for corporate responsibility. So another way that I'm trying to practice sustainability through this organization, Yes Club, was through this clothing exchange I organized, which came from just my feeling that there's kind of an abundance of clothes going around between like me and my peers, and then also this pressure to keep consuming even though people already have this like kind of surplus in their wardrobe. So which is partially fast fashion pressure. But I wanted a way for people to be able to kind of change what they're looking, how they're looking if they were interested in that, and then also have a fundraising opportunity. So before the clothing exchange was able to happen, there was a lot of planning that had to go into it. So I had to figure out the location, time, the price, when that's kind of interesting because the way we had it set up was it would be $5 to participate and then $10 to participate and not donate. So that meant that we would have enough clothes for people to kind of come home with new stuff, get new stuff, but also people could participate even if they didn't have like a million things they wanted to get rid of. And also planning for excess is very important because you don't want to be contributing to the like textile waste that we mentioned earlier. You want to be part of a positive impact. And then deciding an organization that's local that you're going to donate the money to. For us, we went with Isles, which is based like the town over. It's based in Trenton, and they work for climate justice in that community. And then advertisements like posters, announcements, word of mouth, social media, just to make sure that you have enough people participating for it to be successful. And as I mentioned, you can set up posters. This was ours. It's kind of loud, but that was on purpose because I guess it's supposed to attract more attention, you know, kind of get your eye. And it also has a bunch of necessary information and a link to this Google form that we had set up. And that kind of helped us with organization. So some of the questions on that form were about sizes, item specifics, commitment to cleanliness, which was kind of important because you didn't want people coming in with like dirty clothes or anything. And then just the specification if they're going to be donating or just participating, just so we could keep track of all of that. And then this clearly isn't like the long-term solution to overconsumption. It was just kind of like okay, it's not going to last long-term basically, but the things that will last long-term are reprogramming you're reprogramming your mindset and realizing that you have been trained to consume. So some of the steps that you can take personally and kind of evaluating where you are on the consumption scale and then moving away from it is first asking yourself if you're prioritizing trendiness, staying up to date on gadgets, that kind of thing, buying things just because they've come out and because they feel new and exciting. And then wondering right now if you're shopping in long term and if the items you're buying are going to be with you in 5 years. Then also just reflecting on the amount of things that you've bought and taken and thought that you've gotten some kind of fulfillment out of, and then maybe you realize, oh, this isn't actually like making me feeling happy. This isn't actually making me feel happy or anything. And then obviously you're going to have to keep buying more things. So just going forward, you can start saving up and you can consider your life without the items you're thinking about buying, waiting a month or so before buying the items, and then giving your time to truly think about how these items are going to, what the value it's going to have on your life. And then another part of that is if you're saving up, you can kind of keep better track of the things that you're actually buying. And then perhaps it's going to like you're just going to think more clearly before you have like impulse buying. Then you can cut down that amount of money you spend each month on that.
So I wanted to thank Tabitha, Lillian, Gina, and Iris for that presentation. And I wanted to follow up with some questions that I had, and we can also address some of the questions that people posed in the chat. So one of the things that I was curious about is that all of you did research that increased your knowledge about sustainable fashion or the problems associated with fast fashion. What is one of the most surprising things or one of the most impactful things that you learned through your research? And then how has that changed you?
I think one of the most impactful things that I've learned from from researching about sustainable fashion and what's going on in the fashion industry is really how much clothing waste there is and how much 1 year of clothing for us can impact so many other people, and just how you need to limit shopping and how much that can impact people.
Yeah, I kind of had a similar experience. I didn't really know very much going into this or before this about like the true extent to all of the consumption that is happening all around us. And I mean, not only is it like a really big problem overseas, but I also learned that there's a problem very close by to us. Like even in New Jersey, there's a town, Newark, which is pretty close by, and they've actually had a bunch of like, I think they're waste incinerators installed. So these towns are like literally having like toxic fumes and all these horrible health effects just because they're like burning trash nearby. And they also happen to be like a poor community. So just realizing how like hidden this kind of issue is for like a certain group of people, and then also how like tangible you can really see the impact of the this kind of buying all the time.
Yeah, I also thought the most impactful thing was the impact on other people in other countries. Like the video that I showed, you could really see like how much waste there is and how it really is just dumped in other countries. And it's not fair to anyone, really. And I just thought that was the most impactful part.
So for me, I would say also like the human impacts of decisions which are structured to be made to be personal decisions, right? Personal decisions of, hey, what do you want to wear today? Or, do you need a new pair of shoes to fit into this fashion trend? And those are structured as if they're completely independent personal choices. But the ramifications are global, right? From the production end to the waste and the way that the fashion industry or the fast fashion industry is currently constructed to be linear in that sense and moving faster and faster, right? From production to waste, instead of, Tabitha, like that process you described of what if we were to adopt a circular economy, right? I had some questions about what do you think your peers know about sustainable fashion? What's your pulse on sort of your average high school student's knowledge of these issues?
I think the average high school student knows of this issue, but I think that as teenagers, we don't realize the impact and how important and big this issue is. And I think it's something that we aren't really exposed to in the school kind of level. So it's not really something that people know too much about unless they actually go in and research it themselves.
I agree. I would say that people around me are definitely aware of the climate change issues, but not always like aware of fast fashion, which is like a factor of that. And even if some of my peers are aware, I wouldn't say they're always making conscious decisions about being sustainable, which is part of the reason Lily and I really enjoy sending out our newsletter, because we feel we can hopefully educate people more on the impacts they're having.
I think that people our age a lot of mixed messages and kind of receive a lot of information from both different sides of consumerism and the impacts on climate change and just the fast fashion industry in general, because it kind of clashes. Like, I would say that high school students know a good amount about this fast fashion and sustainability issue, but then at the same time, they're fed with more information about the latest trendy items. And both of them kind of clash together, and it's hard to decipher which way they want to go.
Yeah, I would agree. I think especially with Instagram, TikTok, all this social media, it's really taken off, especially because of the pandemic and just the general like average teens engagement online has definitely increased. So there's a lot of discourse, I think, about sort of fashion, fast fashion, environmental impacts. But I always think that it's easier to kind of stick with the status quo, that if we're kind of built in a culture of apathy and a culture kind of separated from, well, I'm saying we as in like the people at our school, I'm not speaking for everyone, but at our school at least, it's a lot easier to just kind of turn to apathy and just think about like buying in the short term, buying things that are fashionable, not only for like Instagram, social media, for like the projection of like yourself showing that you're like engaged with all this trendy things, but it's also just easier to forget about like the actual implications on like people with like poor labor practices and like chemical issues. It's easier to just forget about that because it's not happening in our backyard. It's happening in other communities where we can just kind of turn a blind eye to it, just not worry about that, try to think like short term.
kind of adding on to that, I think people our age think, oh, somebody else can deal with it, and think that, you know, themselves as one person, if they don't try and contribute to help this issue, that it's not going to happen. So they're like, oh, you know, I'm only one person, like I'm not going to make that much of an impact. But as you can see from our newsletter, we're two people thinking that it's not something that would go very far, and yet we've reached over 100 people and helped to educate 100 other people.
So what's one thing that someone from any age, not just a teen, could do as an entry point? Because for some folks do know about this, as you indicated, and some folks, this is completely new information. And as you indicated, it could be overwhelming. So what's a good entry point for people who are new to these issues?
I think one good entry point is just starting about talking about it, because, you know, that chain effect happens where you talk to one person, you say so, like a really great statistic, they say that to another person, and then it just keeps on going. But on the sustainability aspect, I think just limiting the things that you are buying, and, you know, thinking when you walk into a store, do I really need that? And kind of asking yourself questions like that.
Yeah, I think that the first step doesn't need to be a huge step. It can be anything small. It can be just thinking about the clothes that you do have, and also thinking about, like Lily said, the things that you're buying. You just really need to think more about what use you're going to get out of the things that you're buying, and also think about what you are already purchasing.
Yeah, I would probably suggest that people start budgeting, which, I mean, if you're like a teen, you just have like maybe some minimum wage job or something, like it will make more of an impact if you can actually see like the amount of money you're wasting every month and you're spending on like thoughtless things. That this is real money, like it really does add up. $341 a month is a lot long term. And then also, I think we might have made a list of like resources that people can look at, watch, listen to. So if you're interested in learning more, I think Lillian and Tabitha created that.
Yes, Tab, thanks so much for sharing those resources. We have additional resources that have been shared in the chat. I could share them again. And Michelle, thank you so much for sharing the links to sign up for the newsletter, and also how to follow on Instagram. Jana, I have a question for you, and then the other folks can chime in. So I think like the appeal of fast fashion is that like kind of constantly changing nature, right? And as a creative person, I'm an art teacher, Jana's a student of mine. Part of the reason you might be drawn to the fashion industry is because of that constantly changing creative nature, right? And so how would you address that issue with the minimalism that Iris talked about, or the sort of slow fashion that Lily and Tabitha talked about, purchasing less while still being creative, while still feeling that fashion can be fun and changeable? I'm going to start with Jana, but I know other people can jump in as well.
Yeah, well, the thing is, fun fashion and trends don't have to be from because you can use any materials that already exist to create these trends or new trends, and you can make things that are even more unique while still being sustainable. And they can be things that are even more unique than whatever trend is going on at the time. And so in that way, it's kind of even better and trendier if you're kind of using things that are sustainable, like repurposing old clothes into something new, and it's something that somebody else doesn't have, and it's even more unique than a fast fashion trend.
I would agree with Jana because I think that some people have ideas in their head about what sustainable fashion means and how it can't be as trendy as fast fashion, which does not always have to be true because, first of all, another way of being sustainable would be to buy secondhand clothes, which is very popular at the moment. And also, sustainability could also mean that you just recognize what you have already and use those clothes to express yourself, I guess, like it's still in a creative way.
So I'm just, sorry, I was just resharing the resources for additional information. I know that we started late, so I just wanted to check in how we're doing with time. I have tons of questions.
Yeah, maybe 10 more minutes and then
10 more minutes. Okay, great. Thanks, Dr. Ankar. All right. So one of the things that we discussed when we were prepping for this was the issues surrounding the production of sustainable clothing, right? And I know from my own experience when I've looked at clothing that is produced with fair labor practices from sustainable materials, that those items can be significantly more expensive, right? And that can price out folks of lower incomes or even moderate incomes from purchasing newly produced sustainable clothing. And I know Lily and Tabitha, you had talked about, what would make it, and I think what would make new clothing sustainable, right? Newly produced clothing. So that can be sometimes quite expensive, right? And it's then on the other end, there are some issues associated with the, for lack of a better word, the secondhand market, which we touched on a little bit in our discussions, where folks are kind of buying up cheap secondhand clothing and then reselling it at a high price, right? And so I guess I just was looking to open the conversation to some of the pitfalls around some of the things you brought up as solutions.
I would say that sustainability and sustainable fashion doesn't always mean it has to be the most expensive brands. But like I said, it can mean that you work with the clothes you already have. And when you go shopping in the future, just remembering what you already have, thinking about what you need or don't need, is a way of being sustainable that doesn't necessarily mean you have to buy from these brands that are often more expensive. And also, that's also a major problem sometimes with sustainable fashion brands is that they can be out of price range for some people. And I would say as sustainable fashion becomes hopefully more widespread, that's an issue that can be addressed.
Kind of adding on to that, the sustainable fashion industry can be very, very expensive.
Is it PM?
And it's because these resources can be, harder to find. They're more expensive to produce. And kind of as Jana was mentioning in her presentation, that's why so many companies lean towards using, plastic because it's so easy to produce so many things of. And kind of going off of what you said for the secondhand kind of industry, there are many negatives to that. It can be someone who is able to afford these higher end sustainable clothing pieces going to thrift pieces and, you know, buying so many of these items because it is cheaper. That is kind of one of the things we have to work around with the secondhand thrifting kind of industry. And that can be a negative. But as Tabitha was mentioning, there are so many ways of, you know, being sustainable and kind of supporting this issue by not just buying. And it can be whether it's just like not buying at all and giving your clothes away to people, kind of other options like that.
Definitely one of the most like influential things that consumers have is just economic pressure. They can even just choosing not to buy specifically from like known fast fashion sources will, in the long term, if enough people get like knowledgeable about this or end up caring about this issue, which is like that's a struggle on its own, but if enough people do, companies will listen to like losing revenue and not making money. That's like one of the main things that they're like motivated by. So there is a lot of power you have in your spending. So just being conscious, even if it's not like the most expensive, like $300 sweater, just not purchasing it from like known fast fashion sources.
So I think we have 4 more minutes, and I'm going to ask the magic wand question that we discussed before. So for each of you, if you could each address, if you could wave a magic wand over the fashion industry and change one thing, what would that one thing be? And I know that there's not just one thing that needs to be addressed, but
I think if I had a magic wand and I could change one thing about the fashion industry, I think I would try and make it so that the prices of these more sustainable materials could be lower so that more people could afford some more sustainable pieces of clothing, because I think that's a very big issue. But I mean, there are so many more things that I would want to fix, but I think that would be the biggest one so that more people could afford these kind of things.
I think mine is pretty similar to Lillian's, but I would probably want to, I guess, find a way into making these best materials, like more sustainable materials, more accessible for all these brands. And hopefully if these materials were more accessible, they would become also more affordable, which is similar to what Lillian said, that the sustainable fashion industry could be more available to many more people.
Yeah, I would change pretty much the same thing also. It would be to make the materials that are sustainable to make sustainable clothing easier to access and not as expensive, because right now the materials for making sustainable clothing are extremely expensive, and the process of doing this also costs a lot of money. So that's why these sustainable products are so much more expensive than fast fashion products. So what I would change is making the materials and products less expensive.
Yeah, I would just, I mean, I definitely like all of those suggestions. I would want the producers of fast fashion, as in like the garment workers, I would want them to have higher wages, like the ability to unionize, health regulations, because obviously with all these solutions, like moving away from fast fashion will mean a change to a lot of people's like working condition, and that's the way that they're supporting their families. It's tends to be women in these factories. So I would just want for them to have like better, I guess, like rights as workers, and not, I wouldn't want them to lose their jobs or anything as we move away from fast fashion.
So there's so many questions in the chat that unfortunately we're not going to be able to get to all of them. I think it's clear from this conversation, it's very rich and there's so many different directions that it can go in. I would encourage folks to sign up for the newsletter to access the document, which shows different ways of learning more about this topic. And wanted to thank Dr. Iyengar and the others for hosting and for having us here today.
Thank you so much, Migrat. I think this is really helpful to hear from our eco ambassadors who have been doing such a fantastic job of educating everyone, including me. I am a regular customer of Lillian and Tabitha's newsletter. So it's really fascinating to hear their story. And thanks for this wonderful taking up this important concept and spreading more awareness. Before we go on to our next topic, there are some eco ambassadors who I work with on a very regular basis. It is very late in India. They are joining from India. Maybe if they can share 1 or 2 lines on what they thought about the panel, and then we can move on to the next session. I can see Sartaj, I can see some others. Do they have any? I know it's late there, so I just wanted to give them an opportunity. They have been patiently looking at, looking at all the panels. Anyone from probably Bluebell School or anyone from India who's here? Yes, Sartaj?
So thank you, ma'am, for giving me the opportunity to speak. And I think that the panel was a very informative session. This was a very informative session, which covered the topics of environment, terraforming, and finally we saw a presentation presented by some girls. And I think that there is also an issue of fast fashion in India. There are many people who have been into fashion, and due to this, they are forgetting about their environment. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Sartaj. Dushada and Sambhavi, maybe two lines each from your perspective. India is a big consumer as well as producer of cotton. Let's hear from you.
Yes, so thank you for giving the chance. So basically, I think that this was a very informative session, and yeah, like this was talking about fashion, like how fast fashion is actually. What we think is that fast fashion is like it's fine, it's nothing to do with the environment, but it actually is harming the environment. So I think that this was very informative, and it also told us about few things that we act like. I was talking about the fast fashion, that few things that we thought were not true, and also this also helped us gain knowledge, and and it was also great to interact with people like outside India, so that we could also get perspectives from the different perspectives from their side, because we all have different perspectives. So it's also nice to hear about the different perspectives. So yeah.
Thank you, Rishada, Sambhavi, and then we'll go on to our other eco ambassadors who have been patiently waiting.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving me this chance to speak. And I think personally that this panel was very, very informative, and especially having kids here, all and like from different countries like India and I think New York, of the same age group, and seeing and looking at them and realizing that they know so much that maybe we don't know, and maybe we know so much that maybe they're not yet informed about. And when these kind of discussions take place, it really helps us realize how the other person knows more or less than us, and how much if we get together like this, how much more we can learn from such things. And one more thing I'd like to say is in the beginning of this session, not before the panel, there was this topic taken up as the white guys and the black and brown ones. So I would also like to point out on that one that being an Indian, it's really proud to see that even other countries, like even countries like America and New York, they're interested in, supporting us on this black and white thing. So it's really good to see that other countries are also helping us get out of this, prejudice.
Wow, thank you, Sambhavi. I think you have really set the stage for our next panel here, discussing about challenges, discussing about how we can challenge each other, and discussing about how environmental challenges relate to cross-country collaborations, and we can develop many more ideas going forward. So I want to start with this challenge. I hope everyone can hear the challenge here, and then we can move on to our Eco Ambassadors and Melbourne challenge. Let's see. If you can't hear the sound, we'll see how we can make it happen.
I don't think we can hear Radhika. Maybe it's just me, but.
Is it? Oh, you can't hear?
I don't think we can. The sound's not coming. The
Oh,
image
okay. So maybe we will have to skip it because I'll send you the link. It was a environmental get sturdy challenge by 2 girls, and they are saying get sturdy by doing some environmental acts. So we can all become physically fit by doing some environmental challenge and making sure that others are on board. Here are, so I just want to quickly send the list of all our amazing environmental challenge environmental challenge winners, as well as environmental Bs of the grades, and I'll give you some context to it. Here are all the folks that are there. Many of us are here, so it will be great to hear from all of you. And just a quick background on the environmental challenge. This is run by the Melbourne Climate Group, Melbourne for Climate Group, as well as Melbourne Ed Foundation. Melbourne is in New Jersey, and we are focusing on creating environmental challenges so that we can also support our schools. So we partner with the Melbourne Ed Foundation to ensure that we have some environmental thinking and students can inspire each other. So here are all our amazing environmental challenge winners. There are also environmental Bs for each of the grades, and you can jump in, anyone can jump in at any time. Just to address some basic questions that I had, and we can then leave it to many others who want to ask you questions. So first of all, thank you for participating in these environmental challenges, because your videos are not only inspiring, but it's also inspiring for many others, including the adults. So it's really been fascinating to see all your videos. I don't know if I can share my slide again. Let's see if I can share. And I can also share this link as well. Here are all the environmental challenge winners and what they are suggesting. Here are some YouTube videos that they have posted. We can always share this and get your insights. The competition for this round, which was last year, was about cutting carbon emissions. And these amazing environmental challenge winners in New Jersey, Melbourne, have been able to share all their ideas to see how we can cut down carbon emission. Just going to see what they are suggesting, some of the ideas here, and then we can go on to what the environmental winners are saying. So what is the focus of your environmental challenge? Some of them was food waste, some of them was electric vehicles and recycling, reducing carbon emissions, Walk for the World, Families' Carbon Footprint. How do you measure carbon footprint and how can we reduce the carbon footprint? Sustainable fishing. Those were topics that had come up. And then we had these topics. What is the main idea or the main idea behind your environmental challenge? It was reducing carbon footprint by buying fish in accordance with the season. Small actions, changing habits daily can reduce emissions significantly, reducing greenhouse emissions, composting, reducing carbon emissions by controlling food. So many ideas actually came forward. I want to now invite all our winners and bees. Not all of us are here, but for folks who are here, I wanted to first ask you, what is it that motivated you to do the project, this environmental challenge, and what was your inspiration for that particular idea? So anyone who's here can actually say a few words, and maybe you can start with your name and your grade. Suvit, yes?
Hello, I'm Suvit Bordia and I am in 7th grade. So my topic was about food waste and the role it plays in our society. And my inspiration was basically I saw schools and people around me wasting lots of food, not even eating it. And I realized that not only producing that food was made through planting and farming, which uses lots of carbon emissions, but people are also wasting money. And I just wanted to show how much of an environmental impact we could help, not only in our town, but in the whole country, if we just tried to stop it a little bit. And I also wanted to try to make it so not only the people who are consuming this food will stop wasting as much food, but also the grocery stores and the producers of the food will be a bit more conscious about what they're doing.
Thank you, Suvit. That was perfect. Food wastage, something that we have to really tackle. Yes, Alex?
Yeah, so my name is Alex Goa and I'm currently an 9th grader. So the topic of my environmental video was electric vehicles and recycling. And I mainly wanted to show that the economy can sustain itself even with environmental changes. So yeah.
That was your main motivation. That's so fascinating to hear, because sometimes we feel that we need to construct more things and we need to do much more. And you're talking about we can sustain ourselves with less. That's great. Anyone else? Yes, Anvi?
Yeah, my name's Anvi Anand, and Shreya Iyer and I worked on this project together. And we wanted to spread awareness to our community and enlighten them on how the environment is constantly affected by vehicles and how walking those smaller lengths rather than driving can improve those effects. And we developed this inspiration from personal experiences like that of traveling to school in town by foot and by cars.
Mm-hmm. That's really good, because actually I'll ask you to go next. That's really good because in New Jersey, I don't know about others, it's so easy for us to take a car out and go from one place to the other. So now making it being a part of our consciousness, how can we walk more? How many of us go to school walking? I think those are really important topics. Shreya, if you want to go next. Thanks, Anvi.
While walking and sometimes biking, we began to notice that taking a car for short distances was not only unnecessary, but was also creating excess damage to our ecosystem. Themes of not choosing the easier path, in this case cars, have surfaced throughout history, one example being Dumbledore's famous quote, "We must all face the choice between what is right and what is easy."
Wow.
And just to add into that, in this situation, the right choice would be using our own 2 feet to travel to closer places and avoid using cars for such trips. So even though cars may be convenient, it's creating damage to our environment, and walking can also put you in some shape as well. So might as well do that.
Thank you, Anvi. Maybe Adele can go next. Yes.
So I was really concerned about
Oh,
So-
which grade are you in, Adele? If you can say that, and then
Oh, I'm in 4th grade, and I was really concerned about how like people were like driving so much that was like causing like global warming and climate change, and I really wanted to help with that because I didn't want global warming climate change to happen. And during the pandemic, I also helped my mom with like going to the lab, planting seeds and like transplanting, which like harvesting and like growing plants.
Fascinating. Great. Thank you so much. Who wants to go next? On my question on what is it that motivated you to do your challenge and what was your inspiration? Anyone else? Maybe Neil, Jason, we haven't heard from you. Yes, Neil, please.
What I think like inspired me is that because the earth, right? We've been living on it for like a long time, right? And we kept from carbon dioxide, from cars, and a lot of more stuff. We are harming the earth, and the earth like helped us a lot from like giving us crops, trees, oxygen, and a lot more. And so then it inspired me to make a video to like save the earth. And then that's basically saying thank you to the earth for helping us.
Wow. Nice thought, saying thank you to the earth. And how much do we do that every day, and do we even think about it? I think that's such a great concept. Who else is left? Jason, your inspiration.
My inspiration was during the summer, there were a lot of like I couldn't even go out because of all the heat was coming and the temperatures was rising. And like it was even hard for me to just go out without any like hat on because it was too hot outside. And the reason for that was probably because of the global warming. And I was trying to present that the greenhouse gas emissions should be reduced to make our life be able to be more possible to go outside and have less heat and maybe more snows in the winter.
And we are seeing here in New Jersey, in Melbourne, we didn't have any snow this time. So now it is a question to see whether summers will be hotter, winters will be less mild. This time we didn't get any, we couldn't do our snowboarding activities and playing in the snow, making snowman. I think seasons are changing, and so it's great that you're focusing on your projects. So my follow-up question to you all is when you were working on your individual projects, and again, the Jamboard is shared. So I asked the audience to please look at those videos that our students, our amazing environmental champions have been able to put forward. I want to ask you all whether working on the projects, were you able to learn something new? Maybe it can be environmental, or it could also be working in teams. You had different ideas, and how did you come about working or working together? Because I think it's something that we learn while we are doing any project. So anything that comes to mind. I think Shreya had her hand up, and then Adele. Shreya, you want to go first?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. So there's a lot we learned during this project, but one of the main things for me, it's like the fact that cars produce so much greenhouse gas emissions. It's something everyone knows, but I feel like the real amount, it's kind of something not everyone realizes. So while we were researching about it, we discovered actually how much emissions cars produce. It's like 20 pounds of greenhouse gas emissions for every 1 gallon of gas burnt, which is a lot if you really think about it. We live in a town, which is in a city, which is in a country, which is in the world. Every single person has a car. So it's just like the sheer amount of emissions that are being produced every single day from cars is just a little bit shocking to realize.
Thank you, Shreya, for putting those numbers and putting it in context for us. Adele?
So like I learned that the term carbon footprint is like the amount of greenhouse gases or carbon dioxide that is trapped into the atmosphere caused by human actions, which can be heating a house, driving or flying on an airplane. And also I learned that the greenhouse gases can like trap heat that can then lead to global warming or climate change.
Really important point on greenhouse gas emissions there. We have Anvi.
Oh, I think Suvid wanted to go.
Suvid was there. Oh, Suvid, I didn't see your hand. Hi, Suvid. Yes, please.
Yes, I was a solo person, but I was on food waste, but so we had to make graphs, and the two things I basically learned from those graphs, first of all, obviously food waste, if we reduce it, we can reduce a bunch of greenhouse emissions, but also there's an incentive for the people to do it, right? Because people spend about like $2,000 a year on like food that they're eventually going to waste, so they could save money while helping the environment. Then also, I kind of always looked at it from like a consumer's point of view, like we are the only people who are wasting it. But then as I started to research, I realized that there's also like two other ways: the people who are producing the food and the people who are like selling the food, like grocery stores. So that's also displayed in my like solutions. But a third of like food that's produced doesn't make it to like the people who are eating it. So that just like gave me a huge perspective on this idea, and that also helped to inspire me to make this project.
So maybe bigger picture things, and then you're seeing how much of that is what you can do. I think that's really something to consider, because sometimes with these bigger perspectives we get lost and we feel that we can't do anything, and there are these huge numbers that we have to tackle. But I think, as your examples are saying, you have been able to do your bit, you've been able to educate others, and I think that's what counts. Anvi?
Yeah, I just wanted to address one misunderstanding. I was just wondering, does anyone here use like an electric car or like a Tesla?
Well, we're about to get one, but not yet.
Okay, so like many people think that electric cars are more eco-friendly, but like in order to create the electricity that these cars rely on, fossil fuels are also burned in huge amounts, releasing lots of greenhouse gases, just like gasoline cars. So like electric cars may be more helpful, but they're also like gasoline cars. So like going back to my like our original point, like walking instead of, or like biking instead of driving those short miles, like that could really help our environment too. So
Great, thank you, Anvi. Thank you for sharing it. Anyone else who wants to share about the process of working on an environmental project? Where do you start? How do you go about looking at data? How do you go about consulting? How do you go about asking maybe some interviews in town, maybe some experts that you interviewed, or maybe you looked at some sources? How do you know those sources are reliable? I'm sure these questions would have come up while you were doing your project. So anyone on any of these processes? Maybe Jason has not said anything, Jason, or anyone else. So do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. So I think there's like a few main steps. First, you have to find a problem. So for this, it was pretty simple. I just tried to see a list of main problems. And then it's also good to pick a problem that relates to you or you have some passion for it. So for me, like food is like a pretty big thing. So if you're emotionally connected to it somehow, you will want to work on it more and you'll want to solve the problem more. So that's the first thing about finding a problem. Then you have to find what the issues are in that specific problem. You need to see like the main effects and the main bad impacts that are happening. And then finally, you have to brainstorm solutions. And That's basically just like the most important part, because if you don't provide solvency, then there's no point of finding the problem in the first place. Then like onto its sources, I tried to use sources only from like government websites like EPA.gov or NewJersey.gov, reliable sources like that. And always make sure, don't just use like an estimate like that you find on a random website, like a blogging website. Try to always use something made by a reliable study. And most pages, if they use a number, they will link to a study, and you can actually see the number of people used, the number of towns, the number of things that they studied. So that's a really good resource.
Thanks, Suvit, for breaking down all those processes for us, and it's fascinating to see how you approach the problem. Neil is here. Neil Tandon is here. I just wanted to ask him, Neil, if you can hear us on your inspiration and what is it that you learned from the process, Neil?
What I learned from the process is that, like, what I learned from doing this is that I learned basically how to save the earth from all these stuff that we do every single day, from using gas, bulbs, washing clothes, and everything. I learned in this program, I learned by researching on Google, I learned how to save the earth, to save the earth by what we're doing right now.
Thank you, Neil, for adding your perspective. I don't think we heard from Alex. Alex, maybe you can come in again. Okay, so Alex is here. Alex, on your what have you learned in the process?
Yeah, so what I learned about the process was that people need some sort of clear incentive in order to take environmental action. For example, at my school, even though like one of the school rules, it's like students should be encouraged to recycle. No one really recycles, to be honest. I just see like paper bags and cardboard trays like in the trash can all the time. And in addition, for one of our other solutions that didn't really make it, my team wanted to like use LED and fluorescent light bulbs as a potential solution. However, after a survey, we realized that people weren't really interested in them, mainly because there wasn't a clear incentive to use them. So, yeah.
So adding incentives, recycling would require some incentives. And what are those incentives? Maybe in our schools or in our communities, we can see if there is a list of even, a list of what plastic number can be recycled versus not. I think those are key initiatives that we can bring awareness to. That's great. Any other perspective before I move on to my next question, and then we can have our audience also ask questions.
Yeah, just to add on to Alex's point, I was on his team about incentives.
Tell me your name. Actually, your name is coming as Alex. So tell me your name again, please.
Oh, I'm Ishan.
Ishan, hi.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hello. Yeah, so about incentives, I also want to add on about how like the government is trying to put in place like certain tax incentives and things when you purchase electric cars. So also makes it more attractive to consumers when they want to purchase this. So it has like a eco-friendly positive and also a consumer positive.
So we are getting into the economics of environment here, and what are the incentives and how do we make behavior change with those incentives? That's really a deep question and observation from your end, Nishan. Thanks for being here and sharing your ideas. Any other? So I'll add my next question, opening it up to the audience here. What is your key environmental message that you want to share with your friends and family? And I just want to know whether that perspective changed before your project and after, and what is it that after your project you want to share with your friends and family that you have learned through this environmental challenge? Yes, Ade?
So the key information is that, first of all, the carbon emissions or footprints are usually caused by home energy use, and like waste disposal and like driving. And Secondly, reducing the emissions can not only benefit to the environment, but it can also help your family save money by lowering down the electricity bill. Thirdly is that small actions and your changing daily habits can lower the emissions significantly. And lastly, small changes can add up to make bigger. Small actions can add up to make bigger changes.
I couldn't agree with you more. Small actions can make bigger changes, and we can have a ripple effect. You saw Tabitha and Lillian sharing the newsletter, and now it's reaching 100 people. So all your initiatives now could reach so many people. So I think I completely agree with you, Adele. Any other, Suvit?
Yeah, so I not only want to share message with friends and family, but also the common community and also mainly grocery stores and sellers. So I provided a few solutions. The 3 solutions were mainly to the grocery stores, but my solution for others is to just not buy too much, just buy a little less. And even if you have stuff at try to make a plan of what you're gonna eat and try to control your eating as much as possible because it'll save you money and save the environment. And then for the grocery store, 2 of the main solutions I provided were actually using a computer algorithm. And this would basically make it so the grocery stores could plan out specifically what food they're going to use and how much food to get and what food to use before due to expiration dates. So I think this will just help consumers get less too, and also the grocery stores manage their consumption.
Fantastic. On the supply side and demand side both, thank you for getting that perspective. Suvit, Neil?
My key environmental message to my friends and family and other people is that we already harmed the earth enough from carbon footprint and using carbon dioxide to harm the earth, but we can make a change to save the earth and stop using carbon dioxide, start using less carbon dioxide and less things that hurt the earth.
So being careful about our carbon consumption, how much are we producing carbon, and making sure that we are reducing our becoming a little bit more conscious about our activities. Thanks, Neil. Jason?
I want to share the community that you got to think about before you implement the actions you do, and change your lifestyle a little bit, as a lot of people doesn't want to walk a lot and they just want to go in an easier way to a closer distance. So they usually ride cars, but it'll be better if they use walk there or ride a bike and stuff, and to buy less clothes, as it brings a lot of harm to the environment too.
Nice. Thanks, Jason. Anyone else who wants to share their insights that they want to share with family and friends? Ishan?
So one environmental message that I would share with my family friends is to always be conservative, especially with what you spend your money on. So you don't want to spend excess or buy excess things, or buy things that are not sustainable. For example, plastic water bottles. While it may seem like you could use them, it'd rather be better to invest in a water filter and a reusable water bottle. And small things like this really do make a difference.
Great. Any other suggestion? Thank you, Ishan, for giving us that perspective. Even recycling small plastic bottles, not using plastic bottles, I think really goes a long way. Are we conscious about that? And does that throwing one plastic cup, does that bother us? If it's not bothering us, and I think all of you who are here, I think it bothers you to be throwing away plastic. And so I think that, that spreading that message to others, since you are environmental challenge leaders here, I think that becomes our moral obligation going forward. But any other questions, suggestions? maybe opening it up to the audience to see if they have any questions for this amazing group. Yes, Mikra. Yes.
So I just wanted to just commend the students on their excellent work and their engagement in what are very complex issues and breaking it down to bits that can be that everybody can take action on. So I just want to extend my thanks and appreciation.
Thank you, Ms. McGrath. I think I want to also mention that your earlier panel will be a very good inspiration for all of these Eco Challenge winners, because our next challenge is on fast fashion. So maybe if we can get your permission to use the panel as a source of information, and then it can be like a source of inspiration for all of our ambassadors, eco ambassadors here, so that they can maybe start thinking of the new challenge for this year, which is on fast fashion. And we've titled this Fast Fashion, Last Fashion. That's what the title is. So we will see how, it all translates into more learning. Yes, I think Herschel has a question.
Yes, I also am engaged and proud to hear these students from the African Scientific Institute's perspective. It's great to hear this engagement and bringing it to America, but we must also teach about the concerns of where these fossil fuels come from for the world, because in most cases in their economies are dependent upon those revenues. And so the transition that we in America can help with them, we must teach our students that as the world's leading economic power in sustainable development goals, that we have a responsibility to the world to get it right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Herschel. I think such an important point. What can the superpowers do to improve collaboration and improve countries to help all of us move towards a better sustainable future? I think that's so important. I think Suvit wants to, yes, Suvit?
Yes, I just recently read an article which mainly talked about what steps India has taken to go to a more renewable energy type based energy system. So I think we can follow that, and basically a lot of countries around the world are trying to do this. So what India is doing is you have to gradually reduce the amount of fossil fuels you are using until they are so useless that nobody wants to use them. And then we should obviously give incentives to the people who are using the renewable energy, so it becomes more prevalent in society. So I think if you guys could read that article, it would also be really good if you want to.
Definitely share it with. I think it will be helpful to see how countries are working on their green pathways going forward. Neil is writing something. Any questions? Any other observations? Neil is writing, what right now I believe we should use our power to save us from CO2. Any last observations? Anything before we move over to our next panel? Any last words? Maybe one line each from you all. What is it that you want to do next? What is bothering you, and what is it that you want to do next environmentally? Yes, Anvi?
I hope people start to realize the dangers of these carbon emissions and how climate change and global warming is becoming worse and worse, and not to always take the easy way out, not always to do something that's more convenient, but maybe to do something that's convenient for our planet that has our planet that has gave us a home that we can support throughout our daily lives. because like before these carbon emissions, the earth wasn't facing as many like dangers. So if we can do something to prevent the like gradual increase of that before it's too late, that would be great.
Thank you, Anvi. Super important. Adele, and then Suvit.
So I think that maybe I should like something about my school, maybe like telling everyone that you should recycle because we have like compost bins and trash bins. Usually I see a lot of like food in the trash bins or like cardboard trays or something like in the trash instead of the recycling. And I just really want to help because it's not good for the environment.
That's such a keen observation, and I'm sure you will be able to spread more awareness on this in your school, Adele, and let us know if you need any help with maybe making a plan or something. Suvit, and then I think there's someone, Millie has her hands up, and then Neil. Suvit?
Yeah, so basically Anvi said what I wanted to say first, but that ties into my second point, which is basically first we have to spread the word. And we need to make the solutions more accessible. So for example, my school, sometimes I see like a lot of the waste in the trash can, like an immense amount of like pasta, let's say, in the trash bin. And they're doing that because although they really want to provide to shelters, there's a lot of things in my school for that. It's not very easy because there's a time block, the food will go bad. So I feel like if we try to develop new technologies that make these solutions easier to do, maybe less costly, maybe it's less effort to do, then the solutions will be much easier to do, and then citizens will actually follow them, because a lot of the reasons that they're not is because like they can't really do it without putting a lot of money or time into it. So if we make these easier, then the effects will be seen.
Mm-hmm. Making it cost effective for everyone to use. Adele?
To add on what Azuri just said, like to get when you like line up to get food or something, you can't just get a lot of food because it seems really good. You have to get the amount that you think you can eat so you don't waste everything and like instead of eating all of it, you just dump all of it out, which is wasting food.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Adele. Good point. Millie has her hand up. Millie?
I just wanted to take the opportunity to say that I have learned so much from each one of you. You are an inspiration, and I would like to encourage you to continue doing what you're doing, but also to reach out to your peers and in your community. Let this not be confined to your schools or your projects, but make sure you share it within your families, your community, inspire others who may not be at your schools, who may be at schools that don't have these capabilities or this awareness. But you are all very inspiring leaders, and I wish you best of luck as you continue.
Thank you so much, Millie, for your encouraging words. I think the students, would really appreciate and would take this seriously on what you said, inspire others and spread it in the community. That is really what is needed. We have Neil, Shreya, and Ishan has not spoken, and we have Alex who's not spoken, I think, so far. So Shreya?
So Suvit already kind of said this, but I think one of the things I want to keep working on is like making like a lot of the solutions to the problems that we've thought of are easier said than done. Like for the problem about cars, I mean, yeah, it'd be really easy to stop driving and start walking in theory, but a lot of the time there's just, well, at least for me, like I'm supposed to be walking to school every day, but a lot of the times I just sleep through my alarm and end up driving to school. So it would be a lot easier to do, but it's not. So it just like, I want to come up with a way that makes all of these solutions easier to do than said.
Making it cost effective, making it easier to do so that we have more uptake. Thanks, Shreya, for being cognizant of that. Easier said than done, but yes, I think those are aspects that we need to consider as we go along. Neil?
I think what we're doing in like my town, Milburn, is everything good, but this happens in the most of my schools in Milburn. So people want to recycle, right? People say recycle to save the earth, but every single Friday, my school like janitor comes, right? He combines the garbage with the recycle combined in another trash can. He puts all of them combined. And I'm like, that also happens to, I think, other schools, because my friends say sometimes they do it also, which I think is bad, because recycling is saving the earth. But if you just combine the garbage and the recycle all in one box, right, in sending it to the ocean, it's gonna harm animals, and and later in the future it's gonna harm us.
Thank you, Neil, for bringing that important point up. Being observant on where our trash is going is a part of being careful about others, careful about where this trash is going to get burnt. So I think it is our responsibility to reduce waste wherever we can, homes, schools, and let's start a campaign. Maybe you put your name up, Neil, and let's all of us in Melbourne start a campaign on recycling at schools, recycling, at least information awareness. Let's start doing that as we go forward. I think it needs action, and let's from this conference onward build that action up. Jason?
Maybe like ask yourself before you actually take the action, is this the best choice for the earth? Is this the most convenient way to do it? And not for me, but for the earth and like other people that's living in.
Convenience versus is it good for the earth? Jason brings up this existential question that we need to ask ourselves. What is convenient, and is it good for the earth? Sometimes convenience is not, many times convenience is not good for the earth. Ishan?
I would continue by constantly like spreading awareness and keeping the main idea out there that by like motivating people that there are better options than what they're currently doing, and this way they're like enabled to and transparently able to see what they could do to better make their impact on the environment.
So inspiring others, making good choices, talking to people about it, raising awareness. I think so much that we can do. Alex, do you want to add anything else?
Yes, so my environmental club at Melbourne High School is also going to like try and hold a composting program starting from around May, I think. So I guess my school could like slowly transition to use composting.
Mm-hmm. Great. Pilot programs leading to bigger sustained programs. I think this is the right way to go. And thank you all for being those champions and making a difference, because we don't consider your project environmental challenge, one video that you did or project that you did, small. See, it's leading to so many of us getting aware of what you all did. So I would just continue to keep going on this path and inspiring others. Even adults are learning from you. So thank you all for being environmental champions and taking all of this forward. And thank you for taking the time to be with us today. You all are amazing and you all are inspiring. Please continue to remain like this, and hopefully we will translate into so many people working on these issues, and transforming this world to a better place. So thank you, and I really appreciate you all being here. I think moving on to our next panel, I just want to introduce Meghna here. I hope Meghna is around.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Meghna.
Hi, Dr. Iyengar.
Thank you, Meghna, for being here. I'm just introducing you so that you can continue to go on to introduce your guest. Meghna Kunnapareddy is a junior at Tompkins High School in Houston. She discovered a passion for sustainability through debate and now hosts podcasts regarding sustainable development, climate justice, and education called the sustainability. She is extremely passionate about implementing climate justice in all cities and industries. In today's interview, she'll be talking to Ms. Caroline McGrath about a plan to integrate climate justice education for K-12 students. Can't wait to hear from you, Meghna, and your interview. Over to you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Iyengar, for that introduction. So my name is Meghna Kunapreddy, and in today's interview, I and Ms. Carolyn McGrath are going to be talking about how to integrate climate justice education for kindergarten through 12th grade students. So we do have a little presentation prepared as well. So I'll just share my screen for that. But basically what we're going to be talking about is the goal of this interview is to discuss how climate justice can be integrated into various grade levels without overwhelming students or oversimplifying it. And so climate justice in general is basically recognizing how there are disproportionate impacts of climate change on low-income communities and communities of color around the world. And so what me and Ms. McGrath are going to be talking about is how to teach students about climate justice and about climate change from a young age without overwhelming them or oversimplifying the topic for them. So Ms. McGrath, if you could go ahead and introduce yourself as well.
Yes. Hi, everyone. I'm Carolyn McGrath, and I'm an art educator in New Jersey. I work at Hopewell Valley Central High School, and I've been integrating climate change and climate justice into my art classes for the last several years. And I'm really excited to be here and to talk about how to integrate it into classes today. And we also have a student, Nyla, who's here as well, who's going to join us later for the conversation as well.
So before we go into the actual presentation on how to integrate climate justice education, a few facts about environmental and climate justice in the United States is that, as you can see by the slides, it does disproportionately affect Black and Brown communities across the United States and indigenous populations alongside low-income communities. So when companies and industries that have carbon emissions or toxic waste are placing their factories or industries across the US, they tend to place it in communities of color or low-income communities. And not only does this cause a lot of problems for these communities like health risks, but it also, as they move into the future, because there's so little education about it in the US education system, it's hard for these students to stand up for their own rights and for students across the world to learn about it. So in this interview, we're going to be going through 3 main grade levels, the elementary, middle school, and then to high school. So in elementary, the main focus that a climate education system that should be focused on climate justice is an introduction and focus on climate change. So there's 4 main objectives that we have. So you start off by introducing in kindergarten, where you basically introduce kindergarteners their relationship to the earth and each other, and how the environment is changing and why this is dangerous for both the world and people across both the US and the rest of the world. And then we move on to demonstrating, which is introducing the dangerous effects of pollution and toxic waste in communities, and starting to prompt discussions on whether or not child neighborhoods look similar to this, so that we emphasize empathy for other communities, even if their own communities don't face the same disparities. And then the third thing is to use representation and advocates of a similar age group, so that we can show, like, kindergarteners through 5th graders how differences can be made at a young age with someone of a similar age that they can relate to. And then the final objective in elementary school is to discuss. And basically this is where we prompt micro labs or mini discussions. For older students, they can research certain aspects of climate change and then present to the class, so that you're starting to introduce the concept to them in a self-learning based approach. And younger students can just have conversations with the rest of their classmates, ask their teachers questions, and voice their own thoughts on their own experience. So Ms. McGrath and I are going to talk a little bit about the challenges that could come with integrating into elementary school, but we're going to focus most of our attention on high school since that is her area of expertise. So Ms. McGrath, what do you think are some of the challenges that come with trying to, demonstrate to really young children how there are inequalities across climate education and across climate change in the US?
Well, thanks for that excellent introduction. So I think I should just go and name the elephant in the room, which is in the United States, addressing issues of injustice, not just at the elementary level, but K-12 is currently controversial. What's not controversial is that young people in many communities are experiencing disproportionate impacts of toxic facilities, of unclean water sources, their air sources, proximity to oil refineries, coal production facilities. So this is a fact, right? This is a fact that some young people across the country are experiencing this. And I think, so I think it's a challenge that some educators might feel that, that perhaps this age group is too young to introduce some of these issues around climate change and around climate justice. But I think that the way the entry point is through empathy and through developing that sense of interconnectedness, both with the natural world, but with others. And that means others who might perhaps be suffering, or it might be the children themselves who might be suffering. And to allow space for the development of that empathy and the development of an ability to process feelings about really big issues, right? Both climate change and justice, climate justice, environmental justice are both very big issues. And so allowing space for children to talk, and then also creating opportunities for students to take action, or as you mentioned, connecting them with examples through storytelling and through learning about other young people who are taking action. And that can be very inspiring.
Yeah, so do you have any examples of some people that we could use for this kind of age group that have made a difference to show like these really young kids that even at a young age, changes can be made?
That's a good question. So I think you and I had talked about little Miss Flint, who's now a teenager and has been doing amazing advocacy. Her name is Mary Copney, and she's been doing amazing advocacy work since she was, I think, 8 years old, around the Flint water crisis. And I think for young people to see, I mean, on one hand, it's an injustice that young people not only are experiencing this, but that young people need to take time away from being young people to advocate, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, it's very inspiring. And she continues as a teenager to press for climate justice, for environmental justice. So I think she's a really inspiring figure. I will touch on another figure a little bit later who, her name is Lily Platt. She's outside of the United States. Not exactly a climate justice advocate. Although kind of peripherally, she's been focusing on plastic pollution, which does disproportionately impact disadvantaged and marginalized communities in the United States as well as globally. However, what she's been doing has been drawing attention to the issue of plastic pollution by documenting it. And she started, I think, when she was about 7 years old. She's outside of the US. She's based in the Netherlands, but I think she's also an inspiring figure. And then I don't think that these young folks need to be the same age as the students. I think sometimes that is inspiring, but perhaps even seeing people who are teens or adults or elders who are making change in the world today. And I think just connecting students to those stories provides the spark for action.
Yeah, so basically the main objectives that we've been trying to hit on for K through 5th graders is focusing on a storytelling aspect that kind of introduces them to the subject of climate change and climate justice in a way that doesn't pinpoint the blame for these issues directly on them, just kind of exposes them and allows them to feel empathy for those who are experiencing the struggles. So the next age group that we're going to be moving on to is the middle school years from 6th through 8th grade. And this would involve the transition into noticing inequalities and forming connections between those inequalities and the world around these students. So once again, there's 4 main objectives: introduce, demonstrate, represent, and discuss. And so in the introduce objective in 6th through 8th grade, we would start to teach the connections between those who live in neighborhoods that face the adverse effects of climate change and then their economic status, alongside bringing race into the conversation. So as Ms. McGrath noted in the previous slide, it is really difficult and controversial to bring about subjects of inequality in the United States. But when kids have already been exposed to the negative effects of climate change really young, like from K through 5th grade, before an opinion has been formed on the subject, when we start to integrate these kind of conversations into middle school, they're a lot more open to it because they don't have any predisposed bias on it because they've never been introduced to it. So the next thing that we do is move on to demonstrating. And since they're a little bit older now, you can start building maps with students of their own cities and areas and noticing the areas that face the most carbon pollution or environmental waste, and then start asking them to form connections. Like, what do they notice about these areas? What's the common trend that they see? And this lets students make the connection on their own and kind of leads them into the problem-solving mindset that we want students to have when they're looking at these issues. So then again, representing by using advocates of a similar age group to keep kids inspired and know that they can make a change no matter what age they are. And then finally, in discussing, we once again do the micro labs or mini discussions in 6th through 8th grade, since they're still a little on the young side, so that they can look through this journey where they can self-discover the issues that come with environmental racism and climate justice in the US, rather than just focusing on a completely teacher-led discussion. So again, Ms. McGrath, I wanted to ask, what do you think is one of the key differences that should be focused on when we're looking at elementary education versus middle school education? What should we start to hit on to prepare these students for a high school career in discovering the environmental injustices across the world?
So I think, again, I just want to reiterate that my expertise is not in elementary education. I've taught some middle school and high school most of my career. But I did, before we met, talk with some colleagues who do have a little bit more expertise in the differences between environmental and the elementary and upper ages. And I think really what you're looking at is a similar type of structure, right? So I have a colleague, Maria Fanfalis, who is a Canadian colleague, and she and I had a conversation about this yesterday, about how you can lay the framework for understanding that becomes more sophisticated in the upper grades, that framework can still exist at the lower ages, right? So I already mentioned the development of empathy, the ability to listen to and empathize with people who are either like or different from yourself. The knowledge that these are things that are happening, that are unjust, both climate change, the causes of climate change are unjust, the impacts of climate change are unjust, but to know that there are people who are fighters, who are involved in this fight, and to present opportunities for young people to talk about all of the feelings of maybe perhaps sadness, anger, motivation even, right? Or excitement about potentials for rectifying things that are not right. And I think we heard some of that with the previous group who just presented, and their level of enthusiasm and excitement that can come with change making. And I think just allowing the possibility for processing the emotions around all of these complex issues, and that makes the pathway for action, right? And so the difference is really in ages is a level of kind of level of complexity and how much a level of challenge that you want to present to the students, right? But
Yeah.
all of that framework can be laid from a very early age, because the research has shown that students are aware of injustices at quite young ages. And so what are we doing as educators to lay a different foundation for students?
So basically what we've been talking about is that from elementary to middle school, these are the two kind of sections where we're focusing on teaching students the foundations before they get to high school and they start to learn about the really, really heavy hitting subjects that they're now ready to experience. So we're going to move on to that age group, 9th through 12th grade. And this is probably the most important age bracket that we're going to be focusing on today, because this is where problem solving and creating change makers is happening. So the four main objectives in 9th through 12th grade are a little different. So we're elaborating, integrating, representing, and discussing. So through elaborating, since students are already aware through middle school, forming connections between environmental disparities in their own communities, we start by assigning students readings from various resources, which I'm going to touch on a little bit at the end of this presentation, and ask them to present their thoughts on why environmental injustices occur. And so since students have been kind of fed this non-biased approach to climate justice education throughout the entirety of their education up to this point, they're able to present in a way that doesn't cause controversies in the classroom, but also present their own perspective and kind of get a perspective from everyone around them. And so after that, we will move into integrating. And this is where we build climate education into various subjects, not just core subjects, and teach students how they can make small differences in their communities. And integrating is one of Ms. McGrath's areas of expertise. So we're going to touch on that with her as soon as we go through the last two. And then once again, representing through advocates of a similar age group, because that's always inspiring to students. And finally, in discussing, these mini labs and micro discussions are focused on specific environmental injustice issues. And the presentations are once again focusing on a problem solving side. So now these students give presentations on how they believe they can aid in fixing the issue. And this teaches kids that not only are these issues, really important to address, but they don't just have to talk about them. Instead, they can discuss ways where they can actually make a change, and in classrooms start to integrate those changes so that they can see how their own action can have an impact. So I know, Ms. McGrath, you integrate climate education into your art teaching. So let's talk a little bit about that and how you've done that.
Sure. Would you mind going to the next slides? Because I'm just gonna kind of, since I'm an art teacher, I'm a visual person, so I wanted to share this with you. So last year I wrote curriculum for an organization called Subject to Climate, which I would highly recommend for everyone. I was working on their New Jersey specific lessons that address the new climate change standards for New Jersey. And well, at the end, we have a list of resources, and it's in that list that you can find Subject to Climate. You can research a lot of different topics related to climate change, related to climate justice, as well as targeted lessons or resources for specific age levels. So the particular unit that I wrote I called it Climate Heroes. And I guess my thinking behind this is what Mekana is talking about with, connecting with role models, right? Can be very impactful for young people. And for some young folks might be stuck in this kind of phase of like, I know there's climate injustice. I know climate change is happening. I know it's disproportionately affecting people. I don't know what to do, right? But to showcase what young people are doing and have been doing can be super impactful. It can be super motivating. So the lesson, which or unit plan that I wrote, which is broken down into multiple lessons, has the opportunity for students to do their own research. Some students might already be aware of youth climate leaders, but just go back one slide. And if you could just back the other way, click on the link there. Yeah. So I don't know if it's going to work. Yeah. Okay. So this is a Padlet that I created. Some of you are familiar with Padlets. And it's just curated resources that I created about climate and environmental justice leaders who are young people. And so what I've done with this lesson that I piloted with a group of students last summer was just kind of let them loose on the Padlet, and they could kind of bounce around until the idea was to find a young person that they connected with. And so now you can go back to the slides. So after students researched and connected with a specific youth climate
No, I think we lost her maybe with the connection or her audio. Her video is frozen.
using painting to be expressive and so on. So I'm going to share. Ooh, am I breaking up or?
I think just for a second there, but
Okay.
we can hear you now.
Okay. So these are a few examples of the portraits that my students that I worked with. Again, it was a pilot I did last summer. I have been integrating climate change, climate justice issues for the last several years. But this was one I specifically wrote for Subject to Climate, and I wanted to test it out before I implemented it. And since I teach introductory level students, I wanted students who had already gone through a whole year of introductory art before they were at the point of creating this portrait. And so the students I have now in my intro art classes are going to be embarking on this project shortly, which I'm super excited about. So these are 3 examples from students. Isra Hersey, and she is a youth climate activist from Minnesota. Daphne Frias, and the last.
Is it working? I think I'm on the last one.
Okay. And Naomi Morris, who is a youth climate activist from Uganda. And one of the really amazing parts about this lesson is that through posting the artwork, the students connected with the actual people in some cases. So we've had a connection with Naomi through social media, through the artwork that my student created, which has been super engaging and exciting for us to have that exchange. Next slide. So I just wanted to talk briefly, and then we're going to transition into talking about Nyla's experiences at the high school level with climate justice. I also teach a class called World Art, and we explore the art of Indigenous cultures globally. And last year, this was a lesson that we did where we looked at the art of the South Pacific. Students took some inspiration from art of the South Pacific. In this case, we were looking at the use of carved pendants in South Pacific island cultures. And students in my classes needed to develop a symbolic pendant of their own. And so on the right, this was a student project. And concurrently with this project, I had students research the impacts of climate change on the cultures that they were learning about. And so that's been a really natural connection for me to teach about specific cultures and then to say, well, what's going on in that culture today? And one major thing in so many Indigenous cultures globally is climate change. And so that's been a real natural connection. So I wanted to turn it over to Nyla, who's going to just share about your experiences in other classes.
Thank you, Ms. McGrath. So I think I really just wanted to share my experience at Hopewell Valley Central High School, and specifically like in my junior year, how climate activism, climate justice has been integrated into my learning. So right now I'm taking AP Language and Composition, AP US History, as well as a French class. And in those three classes, I've really had a great experience learning about climate justice in ways that I didn't originally think would be something that I would end up doing. So like, for example, in my English class, we're able to look not only at like the rhetorical situation and the argumentation of a document, but we're also able to learn about climate justice and different activists. So like a couple months ago, we learned about Catherine Coleman Flowers, who's an activist from Lowndes County, Alabama, who talks, like when we read her book called Waste, and where she talks about wastewater and the effects on Black and Brown communities, as well as in my APISH class, we learned about like civil rights and how that coincided with the environmental movement. And so I think overall, the way in which our school does it in integrating climate justice and just learning about multiple different perspectives when it comes to climate justice and climate activism has really inspired me to do more in my community, and really just exposed me to something that I had never really had the chance to learn about before. So I definitely think it's an important part of learning experience and something that all students should be able to learn about.
So Nyla, I know we talked a little bit about in our talk yesterday, but my school doesn't really have the same experiences or the same kind of learning that you've had with climate justice education. So what do you think, if you hadn't had the experience to have this integrated climate education in your curriculum, do you think you or other students would have taken the initiative to learn about it by themselves, or do you think having it not only has helped you learn about it, but has inspired you to take action and would benefit students across the country?
Yeah, I definitely think that the fact that we have been so immersed in like learning about climate justice and activism, like I think it's definitely exposed me to something that I probably wouldn't have found on my own. Like I wouldn't have been able to read so much about like Catherine Coleman and the stuff that's going on in Alabama. So I definitely think having climate justice and climate activism in curriculums really helps to foster that like curiosity for issues that happen with these things. And just looking at the chat, I have a question. So do you know how your teachers decided? Yeah, I think when it comes to English, we are learning about like argumentation and how people can kind of articulate themselves and spread information. So I think overall we're kind of doing like a justice unit. It's like coinciding with like, so environmental justice as well as like civil rights, the civil rights movement. So I think because it's such a current topic and something that still is super, it's something that we have to worry about and something that is still very much like present in our lives. I think that's probably how my teacher chose to teach us about it. Yeah.
So thank you, Nyla, for your perspective on that. So clearly, it really benefits students to have that opportunity to learn about climate justice in an education setting where they're exposed to it, in school without any biases being presented to them, rather than their first exposure to a lot of these issues being through things like social media, where there's going to be biases present and you never get the full story. So like I said before, there are some resources for educators that I've linked on this slide. So there's a lot of books about climate change for younger students that teachers can use, especially because it's really hard to kind of build that in at such a young age without overwhelming students. And like Ms. McGrath was talking about, there's lesson plan ideas online for how teachers can start to integrate this kind of education for students who are both young and in high school, and other resources that teachers should be focused on integrating when they're talking about climate justice. But yeah, Ms. McGrath, do you have any final thoughts before we end this presentation?
So just to follow up with Nyla's question, so it's interesting, the content of the You Read Waste, right? Nyla, that was the book by Catherine Coleman Flowers. And I almost wonder if the origins of that came out of, we have something called Hopewell Valley Green Week, or Hopewell Valley, it's the school district's Green Week. And I know that the supervisor for English, for example, was involved a couple of years ago. Our focus for the week district-wide was climate justice. That was or environmental and climate justice, kind of more broadly. It's called Waste, and it's by Catherine Coleman Flowers. And I know that we talked about that book. Another excellent resource is and this is a New Jersey focus, it's a film called The Sacrifice Zone. And I know that having those conversations district-wide, students were involved in, administrators were involved in, and we also invited folks who are doing work in the community that are in those spaces of overlap between environmental and racial justice into the conversation. And so it's heartening to me to hear, like, I don't know that it's a direct impact, but I wonder if there's a connection between those conversations continuing to echo years later. So I guess my point is just talk to other students, talk to other educators, talk to people in the community, have those conversations. And this curriculum that Nyla is talking about didn't exist 5 years ago. So have those conversations and make space and normalize this.
Mm-hmm. I definitely think that a lot of times some of the inhibitions that people have with integrating climate education, especially climate justice education, is like Ms. McGrath said, the fear that there isn't enough awareness for students to receive this education well. But when they're taught from such a young age and being exposed to it in a setting with other students. Like Nyla said, not only are they able to learn about the actual subject, but they're also able to gain a lot of exposure into real world issues that are affecting millions across the US. So yeah, thank you so much, Ms. McGrath, for today's interview, and thank you, Nyla, for coming on. That was the end of this presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Carolyn, Meghana, and Nyla, for bringing together such diverse issues and really considerations that we need to have collectively to think about how we can both thoughtfully and concretely, and I mean, mostly also practically, really engage learners in these issues. So that was really a fantastic way to end our summit. And thank you so much for your reflections and sharing your experiences as well. So it seems like our past 2.5 days went by very quickly, but that brings us to the end of this summit. We were also really hoping, in addition to hearing from just, really thought leaders and educators and youth in this field, one of the things we really wanted was to connect everyone together. So we hope that you feel like you were able to connect and there are some follow-ups and meaningful conversations that could come out as a result of this summit. It's always so encouraging to see such passionate sustainability leaders and educators who are just continuing their work day in and day out and continuing that fight. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for being with us. For those of you who have stuck around since the beginning, it's been a long few days, but a very, very packed and impactful, I think. So from one of our organization side, I'll share some links where you can stay connected with us, and I'll hand it over to our colleagues at SDSN who can also share some other announcements and links as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hayan, and thank you to everyone for joining today. It's been a really engaging and wonderfully surprising for me in many ways couple of days, and I really enjoyed the final sessions. Just bear with me for another 1 minute to acknowledge some people who did incredible work leading into today. I'm just so appreciative and want to acknowledge you, Hayan, Jasmine, Sonia, and of course, Radhika, for your leadership and steering of the event. It is not often that I get to go on vacation for a week before a major event and not even be like getting texts or any kind of concern. You guys were on it, and it was really incredible. It was really a group effort and a beautifully working together kind of team, and I am just so thankful to have worked with all of you on this. I also want to thank the organizing committee for their dedication over the past many months to building this event and designing this event, as well as everyone who took time out of their busy schedules to just so thoughtfully engage with SDSN USA, the Center for Sustainable Development, and towards Mission 4.7. Finally, I'd just also like to acknowledge the leadership of SDSN USA co-chair Helen Bond. Thank you, Helen, for your remarks yesterday and your participation throughout the event and leading up to it as well. We're soon going to be announcing another upcoming event related to race and SDGs that Helen is spearheading, and I'm really excited for that. And it's so linked to much of the discussion earlier today that I suggest, if you're interested, that everyone stay tuned for that announcement coming soon. The programming and passion of speakers and attendees has been phenomenal throughout these days. I'm leaving with a lot of questions, ideas, excitement, and thinking about what's possible and necessary in transforming education in the US. This includes asking the why are we transforming, and remembering that while COVID has revealed many challenges and exacerbated inequalities across the system, it has also demonstrated that radical change is possible for us to achieve quickly. And that's a takeaway that I'm going to be thinking about in the coming days. This is not an event where the work ends right now as we're closing. This begins another chapter of the work for the USA Mission 4.7 Community of Practice, and hopefully can serve as an example of what's possible for a network activating towards this global mission that we can take forward globally as well. So we welcome all of you still here on the line to continue to engage with us on this difficult and critical task of transforming education, and engage with this community of practice as well going forward. On that note, I hope you'll share your feedback on the summit with us via the survey that I think Sonia is sharing a link to in the chat. Thank you so much, Sonia. We will be also hosting our next networking coffee chat, which we do monthly. The next one is this coming Tuesday, February 28th, and it will be a great opportunity to learn more about the network, meet other people working in this space. But as I said, we do host that monthly, so please, you're welcome to join in going anytime going forward. And we just hope to continue to engage with you and build on the success of these past few days to really move towards this mission of transforming education and achieving SDG 4. Thank you all so much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.